Alright, hello everyone, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed yet still humble host, Mukluk. Finishing the setup right now. Had my hands full this morning, so I had to take care of a few more things than I usually do in the house. Hope you guys having a good day so far. Very much looking forward to, about 3 hours from now, the main Guild Wars 2 channel on Twitch is supposed to be doing a broadcast with lots of Q&A about the future of Guild Wars 2. Not Guild Wars 3, it's not about Guild Wars 3, but about like what's going to be coming down the pipeline for Guild Wars 2. So we are starting the stream a little bit late so that we can extend the stream a little bit late, and we can take a look at that and try to cover that and see what is going on. And if there's any new juicy information that they've never released, I'll put out like a news video on it. And I am almost done here, just sending out the pings. I was playing balloons last night. Okay, and done, and done, and done. Okay, good. There we go. It's a duck and Muck. It is me. Neo 3 was wasted on Muck. What a weird comment to come back to. I finished
Good
Neo
afternoon,
3.
Muck.
Neo 3 was
Are
alright.
you psyched for GW3?
No. I'm super psyched. Are drops still on? Yes. I believe drops are on until Thursday. I believe they're on until Thursday. He's been having a rough week. Ain't trying to go. They are. I remember there was one time I believe they asked us and they were like, "Do you like when drops are 5 days long, or would you prefer more or less time?" And I was like, I know this is gonna sound weird, but I'd say less, because I am destroyed whenever they do drops. I was like, I would love if drops were like 3 days. And then they're like 7. Got it. Oh, yeah, okay. Running time after Nintendo Direct, I was afraid I didn't have anything to watch for Guild Wars was too soon. Yeah. Muck looks like he had a rough night. No, I'm okay. I'm worried I'm coming down with a cold again, and I feel like it's just been a week since I got over the last one. I had a runny nose all last night. I don't know what's going on. We'll see what happens. Saw someone in map chat yesterday already slandering Guild Wars 3. I think the only thing that it's fair to critique is if you don't like the graphics. Because they showed us the in-game engine and what it looks like. And if you don't like it, if that doesn't make your eyeballs happy, that's fine. That's fair. But if you say, like, it's a bad game or something like that, like, we don't know that. We need more information. Finally, someone I can stand here for 3 to 4 hours. Stand to here? Oh, goodness. Sounds like seasonal allergies. I never go outside, though. I rarely go outside. Actually, you know what? Yesterday, I did go out because I went to the grocery store with Lady Luck. What do you think they should still take from Guild Wars 2 to 3, even if they want to make the game different? Druids. We did like a whole thing. I mean, Guild Wars is massive. We made a wish list yesterday of certain things I'd love to see or not see in a sequel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I need more info on, like, the skeleton of what they're building before I can make, like, give specific examples. Oh, I still have Glove of the Tides. What was here? Oh, equality. That's what was there. Buildcraft? Oh yeah, absolutely. Both Guild Wars have Buildcraft. I would certainly hope Guild Wars 3 has Buildcraft. If it's just like, you pick a base class and like that's it and you can't change it at all, yeah, that'll get boring fast. I wish they could make Thieves Masters of Stealth again instead of everyone else having better stealth than them. What? Thieves are still the Masters of Stealth. Thieves can stay perma-stealthed. I don't think anyone else can do that. Like, I know Rangers, Mesmers, Scrappers can briefly go into stealth. Am I covering the future guild wars? Sounds like, yeah, it's slowly dying, basically already dead. You sound like IGN. And by that, I mean loud and wrong. I'm thinking about coming back to Guild Wars 2 or FF14. What's the combat like in this game? Is it tab, target, action, etc.? The combat in this game is... You can move constantly. You can move while casting spells. You do not have to hold still to cast spells. You don't have to watch your mana bar. There is a big emphasis on movement. You've got dodge rolls. You can stockpile 2 dodges, and they're right here, and then they have to recharge. Dodge rolls make you invulnerable for a moment. So, you can use that to get out of certain things, but you can't spam it because, you only got so many. It's a very fluid and fun combat system. I would say, like, for me, someone with 10,000 hours in the game, the combat system is the #1 thing that keeps me here. It keeps the game fun for me no matter what I'm doing. Mike, did you know about Guild Wars 3 9 months ago? I don't know. I'm confused or concerned about it going to PS5. Like, I hope they don't oversimplify mechanics to appease consoles. They said that we would be logging into the same servers. Like, PS5 and PC would be logging into the same servers. So... I can't imagine they're going to make the PS5 players, like, crippled or anything. Like, maybe give them an aimbot like most console players or something. Oversimplify? I mean, like, make it to where they don't have to aim and things. Is it tab targeting? Oh, sorry, I forgot about that question. You can tab target, or you can click, or you can enable action cam, where everything you do goes to a crosshair in the middle of your screen. Oversimplify, dude, we have 10 skills. Some classes. I mean, for Firebrand, over here on the left-hand side, you've got 25 buttons. Because you've got 5 weapon swaps. So 25 buttons plus the 4 buttons that swap between the weapons. So 29 buttons. A typical Ellie will have, 5 for each element, plus the 4 buttons that swaps elements, so they've got 24 buttons over here on the left-hand side. Engineer kits. Yeah, for each engineer kit that you add to your build, you'll have basically another weapon swap. What time's the announcement again today? 2.5 hours. Okay. Don't forget Ellie weapons. Ellies forget Ellie weapons. They leave them all over the floor. Throne and Liberty has a 12 skill bar and they mix PC players with console. It was an awful experience. Well, I guess we'll see how it goes. Mike, the voice is sounding good today. I'm glad it sounds good to you. It feels awful. They said it was action RPG inspired. Yes, they did. Which, there's a lot of games that call themselves action RPG. So I don't know exactly what that means it's going to be. Where do we get the Wizard Gobbler again? There's a person in Lion's Arch. Hold on, I have a video that shows it. Just a moment. Here you go. That video shows it. Anyway, yeah, action RPG. Like, Black Desert Online, God of War, Horizon Zero Dawn, like, all of those are action RPGs, and they all play a bit differently. So, we really need to kind of see a bit more to get more information. Mike, I love you. And I love you, Random Citizen. Would it be cool if we could multi-class? I'd be fine with it either way. Grim Dawn and Guild Wars 1 are two games that I have greatly enjoyed that both had multi-classing. I would be fine with it, but at the same time, if they do a mono-class system, well, I'm fine with that too. Because, you know, Guild Wars 2, 10,000 hours, and it has mono-class. So I'm fine with that also. You know what else is an action RPG with build crafting and skill choices? Diablo. Yeah, it is. It's got really watered down over time. Like, D4 had less choices than D3. D3 had less choices than D2, but yes, your example is accurate. What's your favorite Grim Dawn class combo? Occultist with Shaman. They could do like an Ashes where one class is your main and you cheat your supporters and steal all the money. Wait, what? You had me in the first class, not gonna lie. Point me to the VOD of the Neo 3 playthrough, I will judge. It's on Mukluk Plays. I finished the game. I'm not gonna say, like, I was stellar at it, but I cleared every boss. I do remember the final boss fight took me so many freaking attempts, and it was really frustrating because the fight was like 15 or 20 minutes long. So sometimes, like, I would die, and then I was like, I lost 15 minutes. I was just like, oh my god. Point yourself. Yeah. He knows where... Sand's a regular here. He knows all the playlists for game playthroughs are on Mukluk Plays. You can find it easily. Do we know when the dev stream starts? 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. Hold on, maybe I could do the countdown thing. No, not that. Hang on. Let me fix this. I gotta remember how to do this. Scripts. This one. Duration. Let's see. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So that's like 120, 150, 153 minutes. So 153 minutes. Close. Okay. All right. Okay. There we go. All right. Is that correct? 2, 12. I think so. I think that's accurate. All right. So that's our countdown timer until the Q&A with ArenaNet starts. I'm watching your Crimson Desert playthrough. Ooh, you mean the Crimson Desert day? The day I tried Crimson Desert? Yeah, I didn't stick with that one, I'm sorry. Sand is being a contrarian. He's always a contrarian. As long as he doesn't cross the line and start being a potty mouth, I'm okay with it. What's the countdown for? I'll kill you. Yeah. What are we drinking, Muck? Vodka. Water. Where did the name Mukluk come from? If you do exclamation Mukluk, there is a video that is very entertaining that goes over how I got this name. A small spoiler, I did not realize it was already a word. No, Lot, it's not for Guild Wars 3. They have specifically said this Q&A is not for Guild Wars 3. Muck, I've been following you on and off for years. I am a veteran Guild Wars 1 and 2 player. I gotta say, I really appreciate this Twitch streamer like you covering and explaining the game. I find you a decent, funny guy. I gotta ask, you say you aren't a lore guy or whatever, but what would you say attracts you to Guild Wars 2? What makes you passionate about the IP over all the years? Combat system is the #1 thing that I have fun with, right? So, like, I can be doing just about anything, and if I enjoy the class I'm playing, like, I can enjoy, like, a dungeon I might not like, or a fractal I might not like, or a raid I might not like, because I'm still playing my character, and my character makes my brain make happy juice. So, that's essentially it. Like, I just really enjoy playing the character, so the game mode is kind of irrelevant. As far as the lore stuff, like, I've played the game for 10,000 hours, so yeah, I know a little bit about a lot of things with the lore, but I also have a bad memory. So sometimes I forget things, but chat helps me remember. Muck, is it me or IBS has the very least mastery points? I haven't really looked. I haven't really looked at Iceberg, like the number. The mastery, okay, here's the thing. Mastery system, I consider this system a failure. Like, this whole thing is like stuff that you have to work for, and then you literally never think about again for years. It's like they release new content, and the mastery system is just kind of something to slow you down from immediately finishing it. And that's it. I consider the mastery system to be a failure. I don't find it entertaining. I think it's a bust. I don't think that should be in Guild Wars 3. Auto loot. Yeah, of the hundreds of, of the, 600 and something mastery points worth of masteries, yeah, auto loot's like the main good one. It's gatekeeping? Yeah. Shadow Nova, this link should help you. Give it a minute, it's coming up in the chat right now. I played 10k hours, so I know a little bit about. To be fair, Callan, of those 10k hours, I was in PvP just murdering people for 6,000 games. That's a lot of time not doing much productive. Like, that's a long period of time that I was not doing much that was productive. Let's try Fruit Loops in a map. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. If the queue time is too long, I'll swap to World v World. How do you feel about push? I really like it. Push very much forces team fights, and I like team fighting. What World v World team are you on? I don't know. I'm on EU right now. I was on NA last night, so I'm not sure what one I'm on at the moment. Are you gonna main Ranger Guild Wars 3 if there's classes? I would hope there's classes. In Guild Wars 3, I need to see. Okay, first of all, we discussed this recently. Like, I'm sure there's going to be a warrior, right? Maybe it'll be called fighter or soldier or warrior, but there's going to be a warrior. Ranger. Maybe it'll be called ranger. Maybe hunter. Maybe archer, right? But there's going to be a guy with a bow. I don't know if he's going to have nature powers or have an animal companion, but there's going to be a guy with a bow, I'm sure. There's going to be a guy that shoots fireballs out of his hands. I don't know if he's going to be called elementalist. He might be mage or wizard or magus, but there's going to be a guy that shoots fireballs out of his hands, right? There's going to be some sneaky guy that'll stab you in the back. Maybe it's assassin, spy, smuggler, rogue, scoundrel. There's going to be a guy who's going to rob 7-Eleven, all right? So there's certain classes that are in every fantasy game, and they're going to be there, I'm sure, but they might have a different name. So what I love about Ranger is not guy with bow. If they change Ranger to just be guy with bow, then I'll probably try something else. What if Guild Wars 3 doesn't have classes? Then I guess it wouldn't. I've seen some people request that it be like FF14, where you could swap classes on the same character. I hope Guild Wars 3 will have a WoW priest or something. I think Monk is on the table. What's with the timer? Someone else field that one. Oh no.
I'm done.
Ow.
A console is about to activate.
Okay, got the rally on the downstate.
Secure the console.
What was that? Oh my goodness. Mux, since I got a new friend into the game and he mains support, my usual red borders on Ellie are gone. Any idea on how to solve? Wait, what? My friend mains support, so my usual red borders on Ellie are gone. I'm sorry, what? I appreciate the dono, and I'm happy to answer your question. I don't understand the question. He's saying he never goes downstate. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. All right. Man, the Vert and... if I didn't have Signet of Stone, I would have died twice already this match. The Vert and the Blade Sworn are all over me. It's alright. They nerfed Lesser Lava Fawn anyway, so...
Console is active.
Yeah, bringing Fruit Loops to this is amusing. I don't know how effective he is at this, though.
May experience dizziness, confusion, and death.
I'm not sure about his effectiveness.
Secure the console.
Ah, there's no way. Oh, nice. Rallied him.
Blue team has gained an advantage.
Yeah. That was the third time the Bladesworn and the Vert jumped me together. I'm guessing either duo Q or they're just using targeting markers very well. But that time I did not have Signet of Stone available. What if classes in Guild Wars 3 are based off the gods? Then we're not going to have that many
Red
classes.
team has gained an advantage.
But, I mean... What's her name? Was it Lissa would be Mesmer. Grinth / Doom would be Necro. Balthazar, probably Warrior. He just likes to punch people in the face. Bathymus. Top corner.
A console is about to activate. A console is about to activate.
I would say this is probably the second best Bladesworn that I have played against recently, and I can say that because I don't run into Bladesworns that often.
Console is active.
Okay, well, I managed to save one of them with that.
Blue team has gained an advantage.
Abaddon Assassin? I don't know enough about Abaddon. I'll let somebody... Oh no! I'll let somebody else field that one.
Subjects may experience dizziness, confusion, and death.
Got their vert down.
A console is about to activate. Blue team has gained an advantage.
I did not even realize they had a thief until this moment. I have not run into the guy before now. Did you, I don't know if, how many of y'all saw that? That's a trick that I learned a few months ago, but it's really difficult to pull off unless the target is completely immobilized. The Phoenix has a move where he shoots a laser and he sweeps it from right to left, but if he's right on top of you, you get hit with every tick of it. So you get hit for like 10 to 20k instead of 2k because so many ticks will pass through you. And I did it on that down state just to immediately melt them.
Console is active.
I'm just trying to stay out of combat for a moment. Whoa! Oh, I got really low there. Bladestorm jumped me. Well, I was glad to have Signet of Stone in that one. Mug, you should do World v World. The people that stream snipe you are in NA. I mean, yeah, I've... The most recent people that stream snipe me are on NA. Muck, will you continue D4 after Guild Wars 2 week, or you put it down? I finished it. I beat the story. I beat the story. Bro, what? Yo, we won the game. I know I didn't have all the medals, but I had most kills. And a guy on my team, the winning team, says LOL Muck isn't even good. What more do you want from me? Also, I never said I was good. When's the Guild Wars 2 live stream? Top left corner. Apparently, I didn't win hard enough, chat. I need to win harder next time. Could try the chalk for a match. I've never brought the chalk into PvP. I think he's going to be too squishy. I think this is not going to work well because I think he's, like, too glassy. But let's give it a shot. Win harder? Yo, I guess. What the hell? Don't get flustered when someone asks about the timer. You're the one who didn't label it. I don't like having too much clutter on the screen because if something really awesome happens, I want to be able to use the clip later on. But I don't know. Maybe Teapot's got the right idea, and I should just have it like this. Just the whole stream. Hang on. Let's see. What's that one? Ah. Okay. Oh, wrong keyboard. Time until Guild Wars 2 Q&A. There you go. It's labeled. All right. Guild Wars 2, not Guild Wars 3. Yes! Yes! See? Look, I just put it on the screen, and now people are still asking me. Yes, it is Guild Wars 2, not Guild Wars 3. They have said multiple times. I need a cough drop. What do you think about playing Guild Wars 2 on handhelds like a Stream Deck or Steam Deck? I think I figured out keybinds. There has been a video floating around for a very long time on how to set that up, so I know people do it. I don't own a Steam Deck, so I've never done it myself. Madigan, do not make me timeout or banned an ArenaNet partner. I don't want to do that today. Michael, Guild Wars 3 launched like Silksong? Yes, we'll get it in 6 years. Muck story time. Our company was at a convention. We had a booth with banners and stuff all over about what we do. Guy walks up to the booth and said, "So what do you do?" Yeah. He probably mained DPS. What is a guild? No one knows. They ward each other to death. By the way, chat, this is Chalk Norris. One of you named it long ago, and I thought it was clever, so I kept it. We got Chalk Norris and Tony Shark. Hey, Muck, what's the timer for? Hi, Torvis, I'll kill you. I've experienced with this. While you can set up keybinds, I've been using it like a laptop and bring a dock for the keyboard and mouse. In a pinch, it works, but the keyboard and mouse make it more playable. Chad is driving Muck to take substances. The substances are cough drops, but yes. Rings Rella. Hi, Onyx. Breathe and take a shot. Pretty sure with my vocal injury, a shot would burn like hell. Yeah, take a shot of water. Hey, Muck, cool that you're hosting Q&A. I'm not. Honestly, I actually owe a Q. I do a Q&A each month, and I haven't done the one for last month, which ended 9 days ago. So I need to do a Q&A, but that's different. Isn't it hard to launch a new MMO these days? Yeah, but like any MMO that fails, you can go back through the timeline and kind of identify the reasons it failed. Dude, I just want to play Guild Wars. Holy crap. Yeah, dude, I got this druid down to 1% life. There we go. I got just CC'd and interrupted and knocked back and knocked down. This is over and over and over there.
A console is about to activate.
Guys, you forgot to peesh. You forgot to peesh.
Go, Ninja. Go.
Oh my god.
Go.
Hi, patrons. Chat, you two can sign up for my Patreon and give me a freaking heart attack.
Red team has gained an advantage.
Wow. Okay, so Chuck Norris just lost a fight to a downstate Necro. I don't know if we're gonna keep him. I don't know if he's gonna stay in the PvP lineup. I need my pets to be able to finish off downstate players. Hoping he rallies. He did.
Red team has gained an advantage.
See? Like right there, the shark finished off the downstate amalgam. That's what we're talking about.
A console is about to activate.
Shoot. Ah, stunned for 10,000 years. Couldn't do anything.
Activate. Console is active. Secure the console.
Won the druid mirror. Tony, go kill that vert. Don't let him get him. Glyph of the Stars, res that guy. Ah, shoot. Oh, it was close. Almost got the res. There's still a chance. If he dies, I rally. Nope, someone resed him. Okay. Working on the downstate chrono.
A console is about to activate.
Shock Norris is on the amalgam. Someone's shooting me from the ceiling.
A console is about to activate.
Mike, remember in your video when they got more specific about when Guild Wars 3 takes place but didn't track it well? Are we post-Grinth but pre-Exodus? Yes. We are post-Grinth, pre-Exodus, pre-First Guild War. Stunned him.
Console is active. Red team has gained an advantage.
I'm a bird! Ah! Dang it. Yes, got rallied.
Alt all movement. Experiment incoming.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Yeah, there's 3 on me. The Necro, the Mesmer, and the Ranger were all on me. And I was having to get out of the big boom. Another game with no actual Guild Wars. We don't know that, Rag!
Muck. After like a 3-ish year hiatus, I am returning to Guild Wars 2. Haven't checked out your guides in a while. Do you have a bunch of stuff for like the last 3 expansions or any tips for catching back up? Lol.
I have like over 100 guide videos. We got tons of guides. As far as a catch-up, no, I don't have a catch-up video. Because, like, it's gonna be different based on when you left.
Chat.
Hello, Kojax. So Renegade, I don't have a catch-up video because it's gonna be, you know, it would be different based on when you left.
Is about to activate.
But I do have tons of videos for, like, you know, everything in the game. But, like, if you left, one thing I'll say is, like, no matter when you left, you're gonna want to catch up on the, what is it called? The world map completion and the story. Like, those 2 things, no matter when you left, you're gonna want to do those. Beyond that, they added some cool new features, like Soto added new weapons for various classes, Janther added spears, VOE was new elite specs, so you're going to want to unlock that stuff for your class. There's also, like, legendary projects, if that is something that appeals to you. You know, horizontal progression. They keep adding more things that you can do.
A console is about to activate.
Yeah, dude, this pet is dying way too quickly. Trying to kill this guy to rally him. Got it. Nice map, GG. Like I started Janther Wilds, it appears to me that the blue on the feet of the Warclaw when you fall from a high spot looks like the same as what was in the Guild Wars 3 trailer. Yeah, there was one fan theory I saw that was pretty cool. That was that those quadruped creatures that that the player was riding in the Guild Wars 3 trailer, someone was saying that their fan theory was that that is a Warclaw. Because when you get a Warclaw in World v World, they don't say it's a cat, they say it's a spirit that inhabits the armor. So maybe Warclaws used to be a different shape. I don't know how much weight I would give that, but I thought it was a fun theory. Let's do smoke scale this time. Let's try that out. I don't know if you're familiar with the IGN promo for Guild Wars 3. Yes, I am. I did a 35-minute long video on it yesterday. If you are, do you or chat know if it applies to EU? The promo applies to EU? Wait, what? Hold on. Sorry. Maybe I don't know what you're talking about. IGN did an interview that I covered yesterday in like a 35-minute long video. You asking if it applies to EU makes me think that you're talking about something different. Do you want to clarify that? Morning all. Hey Husky. They have a laptop promo. Oh, okay, I don't know anything about that. Let's see. Subnautica 2. What Nugget said. My son wanted to play it together on Father's Day. Does anyone know how long the Q&A will be? I think an hour max, because, and that's just guess, because I usually when they do this type of thing, I've never seen them go over an hour. Didn't they say the mount is a spirit of ore and we draw magic power from the spirits? Let me see. Maybe there's some lore on the wiki. Magical constructs bound to armor of uncertain origin. Assembling the armor manifests a fierce and loyal mount to ride in the mists. It is theorized the creature was made years ago for some ancient war in the mist and abandoned after the war was concluded. Discovered by the Derman Priory's expeditions into the Mist War territories, it is related to other mystical bound constructs such as sand jackals exalted and forged. The creatures manifest once the armor is set and placed together and imprints on the one who assembled the armor and will disperse if the armor is disassembled. The armor itself is of Tyrian design, but mirrors styles of multiple cultures throughout Tyria's history, making its exact origin unclear. The Journeykin is different. The Journeykin from Janthier were tamed by the bears. As stated in a conversation between two Astral Ward mages... the magical signatures of Warclaws and Journeykin are mostly identical, leading them to speculate the souls that bind Warclaws in the mist may have come from Journeykin. When do you think we will have the info of the objectives to progress Hall of Monuments 2.0? They said that that would be what they start releasing after the current expansion is done. And there's one more big update drop for the current expansion. September, I think. It's a Warclaw. Do you not recognize it on the trailer? Well, the thing that the guy's riding in the trailer doesn't look feline. So I would not, like, find it odd that people don't go, oh, that's a Warclaw. Muck, what does your mouse 4 and mouse 5 do? Mouse 4 is my Astral. This. Mouse 5 is my special action key. Animation is almost the same, Lamau. The animation is just a quadruped. I mean, honestly, the shape of the thing that is in the trailer looks closer to the sand jackal. Because it's got like a canine head. Where is it? Like, I think it more closely resembled this than a Warclaw. But if it's like a Warclaw spirit, then so be it. I'll try to flank him if I can. Okay, leaving the pet on that guy. Crud. Yes! Ah!
A console is about to activate.
I killed the Gale Shot and the Writ, but the respawn Gale Shot plus the Willbender was too much. Hey Mug, nice timer. How long till the Q&A? I'm timing you out. I think you just lost your mod powers too. The trailer mount is actually 4 Asuras in a Moss trench coat. Or 2 Skrid.
Secure the console.
That's kind of funny. She moved out of the blender attack and then accidentally threw herself back into it, which killed her.
Blue team has gained an advantage. Red team has gained an advantage. A console is about to activate.
Ugh. I need to hit 3 keys there to live, and my fingers couldn't keep up. Oh, instant respawn. Lucky.
A console is about to activate. Console is active.
Wow. That was unfortunate. I had a wall in front of me, but the enemy Gale shot hit me with a barrage of unblockable shots right when someone else hit me really hard too.
Red team has gained an advantage.
Freaking Willbenders, man. He was like running, and just turned around and my whole health bar was gone. One thing I think we can all rejoice on for Guild Wars 3 is that there's no Guardians.
Red team has gained an advantage.
God, Luminary and Willbender on me. Oh my god.
A console is about to activate.
ArenaNet, after hearing Muck say no Guardian, say hold my beer. Yeah, I know. They could just have like Paladin and have it be exactly the same.
A console is about to activate. Red team has gained an advantage. Red team has gained an advantage.
Oh no, she rallied.
Console is active.
Guys, we're chasing too far. Guys, why am I the only one pushing? The map's called Push. Oh my god.
A console is about to activate. Secure the console.
Forty seconds
Red team has
left.
gained an advantage.
I don't know if we can turn this around in 40 seconds.
Red team has gained an advantage.
The Willbender, dude. Oh my god. Anytime he just teleports onto me, it's just uninstalled.
A console is
GG.
about to activate.
The hat, Muck you. Muck, can you sing? No. No, I cannot. GG, Muck, GG. Are we getting more information on Guild Wars 3 in the Q&A? No! Are you sure we won't? Yes, they've said it multiple times. Monk, how's your day going? Pretty bad. You know what? I should take some painkillers. That's part of the reason I'm so short-tempered right now. It literally hurts very much to talk, and so answering the same question repeatedly is like actually making me mad because of the pain. And that's kind of the situation right now. So I'm gonna go take some drugs. I'll be right back.
Connor Kankani raided my stream with 658 viewers.
Thank you. All right. Okay. What's up, everyone? What's up, Connor? Oh, Connor, you raided me. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed it. I had to take some painkillers. Appreciate the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are just derping around in Guild Wars 2 right now, waiting on the official ArenaNet Q&A thing that starts in like 90 minutes. Then we're going to cover that. Pain worse today than usual? Yeah, it is. Unfortunately. For the new bloods, I've got a injury in my vocal cords, and it hurts to talk. And I've seen like 4 doctors, and they've all kind of given up on me. Doctor number 5 is in 11 days. I've been dealing with this for some months now. The pain being chat. Oh, the chat definitely makes it work. The thing is, like, for years, I'm the guy that is totally willing to answer the same question 1,000 times, right? But it's like, now of all times, that's not good. So, yeah, it's made me a bit short-tempered. Is the gem store having issues? Not that I know of. Bro, what in the heck is this? Like, what's your words per minute? The highest I've ever recorded was 154. Lately, I don't know, probably something over 100 lately. Dr. 5, have you considered pain on your mind? The worst part is that they are all very willing to charge me lots of money. But I feel like if I go to an auto shop and I'm like, fix my car, and they take my money and give me my car back and it's not fixed, I could be like, yo, you didn't fix it. And they're not going to charge me to look at the car a second time. They're just going to be like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. But the doctors take your money and sometimes don't do anything. Like, now I know why they call it a practice, because they're just like giving it a shot. What did the first 4 do? The first 2 said that it was just acid reflux. That I had, like, you know, stomach acid coming up and hitting my vocal area and then it going back down. Maybe I do, but that was certainly not the only thing. Number 3 thought it was a muscle issue. He thought that I did the equivalent of, like, pulling a muscle in my neck. And he thought that I damaged the cricothyroid muscle right here. And he had me doing stuff related to fixing a muscle injury for like a month, and that did not help. Number 4 thinks it's a nerve issue. And she has me taking a drug each day that is for people that have like nerves that will not stop firing. Like if you just have constant pain from a nerve that just will not turn off. She's got me taking this. It's called gabapentin. That hasn't done anything so far. And they want to try something new on the 20th. Did you get your thyroid checked? I've seen 4 doctors and done countless tests, and none of them have wanted to check my thyroid. So you're their lab rat? I guess. Why not just use a scope? Oh, which I thought of that. No, we did 3 times. They've done 2 laryngoscopies where they stuck a camera up my nose and down my throat. They did 1 video stroboscopy where they stuck a camera up my nose and really far down my throat. It was weird. I could feel it like rattling around like right here above my collarbone. And I did 1, what is it called? Barium swallow test, where they have me drink barium while standing in an x-ray machine. and it allows them to basically map out what's going on inside my throat. I hate wheelbenders. Might need to go to World v World after this. I feel like the good games stopped when we ran into wheelbenders. You drank barium? Yes. How are you still alive?
Is about to activate.
Honestly, it kind of just tasted like a milkshake where they hadn't added chocolate to it. It was just kind of like a chalky smoothie. It was nothing. Honestly, the whole barium swallow thing was an interesting experience, but... and yeah, all they discovered, they were like, yeah, you've got a reflux. Like, when you swallow stuff, like, it goes back up your throat a bit and then comes back down. I'm like, yeah, we already knew that. Did you figure out why my throat constantly feels like it's on fire? And they're like, no.
Red team has gained an advantage.
I think we lose only because of the wheelbender on the enemy team. He's just blendering everybody.
A console is about to activate.
Well, can you give a TLDR on your build? I was trying to see... Like, honestly, I'm playing for fun right now, right? I'm not playing to be competitive. I was trying to see how powerful I could get pets. So, this is a Beast Mastery build. And the whole thing is the pet is about as threatening as it can be. And I am constantly throwing the pet onto their back line. Unfortunately, wheelbenders are 72 times stronger than that. Okay, what? Yeah. Conduit 2. So essentially, if they have anyone on their team that is trying to hang back, I just keep throwing my pet on that person, whoever it is. And I'm running 2 pets that teleport.
Secure the console. Red team has gained an advantage.
And wheelbender. Well, I'm glad I got the instant respawn, because when I use that skill, my pet is supposed to teleport to me, but he teleported like 5 feet away and then walked toward me slowly, and I died because of that.
Blue team has gained an advantage.
Oh my god. Oh, yeah. Take it. We're gonna go into War v World after this. It's like, it's just completely imba. It takes 3 of us to take him down, and even then, it's like an even fight.
A console is about to activate. A console is about to activate. Blue team has gained an advantage. Console is active. Red team has gained an advantage.
Mesmer's there, so you know it'll get some love. Yeah, I'm fully expecting Guild Wars 3 to have Mesmers. Like, that's their thing. I think it'd be foolish of them to give that up. The question is, what's it going to be like? Mesmer in Guild Wars 1 was nothing like Mesmer in Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2, Mesmer's an illusionist. Guild Wars 1, Mesmer was the blue mage from Magic the Gathering.
A console is about to activate.
We can't do anything against this guy, unless there's like, just a ton of us.
Secure the console. Blue team has gained an advantage. A console is about to activate. Blue team has gained an advantage. console is active.
Slash map GG. I'm being polite. It wasn't. They literally won just because Willbender. Ah, well. Move on to another game mode. Is there a dervish type class in Guild Wars 2 like in Guild Wars 1? I mean, what did the dervish do? Mainly like enchant self and spin around with a scythe? Not exactly, no. Conduit recently got a thing where they channel the powers of Raza, and they've kind of got some scythe-looking abilities that were, you know, inspired by the Guild Wars 1 dervish, but I don't know that it really plays the same. I struggle with Luminary. Luminaries are very tough. I mean, honestly, all 9 of the new elite specs are still overtuned for PvP purposes. Luminary is still quite strong, but I don't know. Like the Luminary in that the last, not the most recent match, but the match before it, there was a Luminary and a Willbender, but the Luminary was built more like a healer, like a support, and so he was just really tanky, but not terrifying. But the Willbender is just like teleporting onto us and killing like 3 people in one swoop, which is like a whole different thing. Pick one of these. Amalgam Willbenders, my demise PvP. I have not found an Amalg that I was able to kill one-on-one in World v World in the last week. Like, even the worst Amalgs are like just incredibly strong just because the class is so strong. And like, the best ones are terrifying. But either I couldn't kill them, so I decided it was time to run and I just left, or I just got obliterated. One of the two. Let's put on our World v World disguise. Make it a little less obvious who I am. Actually, this is a good time. It's been almost 2 hours. I'm gonna do a quick bathroom break before I start roaming. Oh, so I've been talking for the last minute. I didn't realize the unmute button didn't work. Hi. Anyway. It's one of those days, John. It's one of those days. Mike, do you have the Wii Hype giveaway like the other Guild Wars 2 partners? I couldn't figure out how to set it up, so no, I don't. I was wondering if Chip was playing. Yeah, I saw comments like that in the chat, which is what made me go, wait, what's going on? Okay, someone just capped this. Mike, I know you're in Georgia, but did you hear about the earthquakes in Florida? No, I did not hear about that. Florida is usually, they prefer the wrath of God to come in the form of hurricanes. They're certainly not usually an earthquake state. Is the map for this game one map or is it zones? Zones. It's zones. Would you find World v. World to be in need of anon name modes? Like, do you ever get Stream Sniper followed because of your name? Enemy players, you won't see their name. Enemy players, you will just see, like, Bronze General or, you know, Silver Colonel, things like that. But you can see their appearance. And I have had to deal with stream sniping quite a bit this last week. So that's why I swapped to a different outfit. Now, that only helps a small amount, because if someone's stream sniping me, they can see where I'm at on the stream and come hunt me down. But, I don't know. We'll see. What tier you in? I don't know. Mark, do you think Guild Wars 3 or Guild Wars 2 changes could be connected to Vlox's plan? I think it's an interesting fan theory that Guild Wars 2 will, you know, have Vlox do some big magic that, you know, affects time and then Guild Wars 3 starts. My money is on that not being connected. Because they're going to continue releasing content for Guild Wars 2, they said. So it'd be kind of awkward if, like, Guild Wars 2 ends with this big bang with Vlox, like, changing the time stream. And then they're like, oh, but also, like, here's another problem. And we're just going to keep going. So I feel like the Vlox thing and Guild Wars 3 are going to be completely separate. And I would be surprised if they're correlated. Mark, I used your vids for, they were really helpful, appreciate them. Well, thank you, Kenzie. I'm glad you liked them. Is there an RP community for Guild Wars 2 that's active? I'm not sure. That's not a circle I usually travel in, so I am not sure. I saw them saying they were going to go back and improve old content like the Zaitan fight. Anything else you'd like to see them change and improve? Oh yeah, I know a handful of ranger bugs that I reported on the forums like 6 years ago. I'd love to see those fixed, but I don't know if that's the kind of thing they were looking at. I know, like, Icebird Saga Strike missions still have a handful of bugs, especially the Whisper of Jormag one. Those could be fixed. What am I, red team here? Mesmer clone bug would be a nice fix. Oh, you mean where, like, the Mesmer shatters, and then, like, all the shatters, like, stay there, and they summon more clones, and then it's just, like, there's an overwhelming amount of dudes on the screen, and then you're dead? Yeah. Oh, how about the Spellbreaker one, where they use full counter, and then it looks like they're full countering permanently for the next hour? That's always fun to fight against. I was reluctant to play Guild Wars 2 as a Guild Wars player, and I think ANET nailed it. Guild Wars 2 and 3 will probably be very different games, just like the same lands. I would imagine so, yeah. It would be silly of them to just remake the same type of game and then have the two compete. But if they make something different, some people will like one and not the other, and that can increase their customer base. Hey, Muck. Hi, Murder. Shoot, my muscle memory is off because I've been playing the, I've been playing that other build in PvP. Did that hit him? Why are you running? You started this fight. How long are you gonna be invulnerable for? Holy crap! Mom said it's my turn to play Guild Wars. What are you doing? Okay, we got a Rit here now. Oh, and I got a friendly here too. Alright, so it's a 2v2 now, but we just killed that guy, so now 2v1. Nope, there's two allies chasing the Rit away. Okay. Dude, that was such a long sequence where he was, like, unattackable. You know what? Hold on. I'm adding that to my wish list for Guild Wars 3. No invulnerabilities. I'm not referring to dodge, evades, or blocks. I'm referring to invulns. There we go. Hey, thank you. Ah, the guy respawned. Let's see. I'll ignore you if you ignore me. Okay, alright. Yeah, if you're wanting to fight me by your guards, I'm not doing that. Oh, there's someone else here. Dragon Hunter? Oh shoot, there's a... No, I'm stuck on a stump! There's 3 of them here now. Yeah. It's just too many. Oh no, one was a ranger pet. So the soul beast came back with the dragon hunter. It's just too much together. Wait, I am red here. I'm green team when I'm playing on NA. Do I have enough time to shower before the Q&A? Depends how stinky you are. Your timer says Guild Wars 2, but their Twitter says Guild Wars franchise. Technically, it's Guild Wars 1 and 2, but I was trying to get the Guild Wars 3 questions to stop. They did specifically say it wasn't Guild Wars 3. What theme do you want for the new Borderland? Captain Jack Sparrow. I want pirates and rum. Lots of water. Hello, Mr. Dragon Hunter. I am back. I am here to try again. Do you have a trap pile around here? Yes, you do. I'm just going to trigger that right now. Ah. Is this the Soul Beast again? Dude, muck you! Go away! Let me duel the other guy. Ah, that's so lame. It's just too much damage between the two of them. Fighting one of them, I can kill them. Fighting one of them with the supervisor, probably still fine, but both of them together plus the supervisor is too much. What are you eating? Peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That sounds horrible. Well, so does your opinion, but here we're all listening to it. There we go. Alright, so yeah, I can beat one of them plus the supervisor. Just not all three of them at once. And here comes the Soul Beast. Now the Dragon Hunter could be back any minute if he headed straight back here. Is there any way to try specialization before unlocking it? Yeah, if you go into the PvP lobby, every specialization that your account could possibly have is unlocked. So to be clear, if you don't own Visions of Eternity, the Visions of Eternity Elite specs will not be unlocked when you go into the PvP lobby, for example. I see, Sue. Matriarch, take you. Oh. I wonder if reviving these guys makes the bar move. Oh, it does. Cool. Might just see the new mount skin. The creepy turtle? If so, yes. It's a creepy turtle. Muk, you're in T5 and EU. I don't know what that means. It means you're tier 5. Yeah, I guess so. What's the creepy turtle? This guy. Creepy turtle. That was a weird death rattle. No, Dick. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Imagine playable harpy race. Wouldn't it be gender locked? Harpies are all female, right? I mean, I've seen some MMOs that have gender locked races or classes, but I'm pretty sure harpies are all female. Why would a race that can fly use a mount? EverQuest 2 had that. EverQuest 2, one of the things you could play was the Fae, which were kind of like fairy folk. And they had wings, but they would just kind of hover. They essentially started at level 1 with the equivalent of a glider, you know, because of their wings, but they could not just full-blown fly. And they could still move faster across land travel if they used a mount. Oh, thank goodness. I think this thing is immune to conditions. Any reason Muck's playing PvP modes? Just in the mood to. After 10,000 hours, you kind of know everything in PvE. It's a script. I never really know what people are going to do in PvP, which makes it more interesting. Unless they're willbenders. Muck those guys. Didn't EverQuest 2 have a psionic class? Not when I played it. They might have added one later. I played EQ2 at launch, and since then they've added 22 expansions. So they might have a psionic class now. Hi, Mark. Hi, Esper. Ooh. Dude, again? There's a lot of wildlife on me. That's adding a bunch of damage. Holy lag. Alright, now you fought me with your guards. The reason I said again is I've killed this guy twice, and he helped kill me twice, but it was when he had his dragon hunter friend with him. So that's our third one-on-one, and the third one-on-one that I won. Oh, I didn't have food buff for that. Usually, like, I started to just go past them. Like, if I kill someone in a fight and I recognize them later, I usually don't try to fight them again because I feel like that's picking on somebody. So I was surprised that he started that. Stream sniper? I don't know if he's a stream sniper. Because, like, I keep coming down here and keep running into him here. He might just be hanging out in this area. Oh, God. Guardian. Oh my god. Luminary still ugly? Mm-hmm. I feel like Willbender's a little bit worse. Like Luminary, you have a few seconds before you die. Willbender, you have one. But, yeah. Is this why you want to delete Guardian? That's part of the reason. They're not the only overpowered thing right now, but there's never been a time in the history of Guild Wars 2 where Guardian has not been overpowered. Like, Amalgam is really strong right now, for example. Have you encountered an Immortal Weaver yet? Those are pretty rare. Although there's quite a few people that play Ellie, there's not many people that can play it well. And only a small percentage of them really qualify for that Immortal tag. Amalgam is totally broken, though. Amalgam is incredibly powerful. I mean, like I said, all of the new elite specs, I think, have still not been balanced properly for PvP or World v World. But Amalgam, Luminary, Ritualist, all very strong. Conduit. I'd say from the previous batch of stuff that we got, I think Willbender is the most powerful thing that has not been fixed yet. Like, from the round of classes that we got with Willbender, like, nothing's even close to the problem that Willbender is. Oof, 2.5 minutes. Should I wait? What about Bladesworn? Bladesworn is quite strong. Bladesworn is not Willbender. What about Evoker? Similar to Weaver, while there might be a lot of people that play Evoker, there's not a lot that play it well because it takes so many buttons. But Evoker can be dangerous in the right hands. I still don't think it's as, like, if I fight the best Willbender I've run into, I die in 1 second. Same with Mirage, but again, there's not many of those. If I fight the best Evoker I run into, the fight's not over in 1 second. I have at least a little bit of time to try a few things before, but also they're quite squishy. Evokers, I think the hair ones are the roughest. They do a lot of damage, but they can't take many hits. The Willbender, while it's attacking you, it's like blocking all incoming hits, and they've got like 1,000,000 stacks of stability and every boon in the game. Is Willbender strong in all game modes? Its kit is incredibly powerful in PvP and World v World because they can teleport on top of you, and do the like when they teleport on top of you, they have like every boon in the game, including a bunch of stacks of stability. So if your defense mechanism is like fear them or stun them or knock the enemy away, all of that's out. They usually have the the next 5 hits that they get hit with are blocked. So unless you could do 5 or more hits really quickly while they're blendering you, you can't even touch them during that moment. So it's just like they're just insanely powerful and untouchable for a few seconds, and that's all it takes for them to kill you. Boon Corruption go. Yeah, there's not a lot of classes that can do that, but... 20 seconds. Hey, returning player, I'm cluttered with items on my characters. Is there some kind of add-on or page I can put my API key in that tells me what to save and what's not? I've been listing things with huge quantity in market since I figured I can buy them back when they're not there, but many items like collections and stuff aren't sellable. Most items for collection you can destroy. I would say if there's something that you think you need to save, let me show you here, hang on. All right, /wiki space, and then shift click the thing and hit enter. And that will open the wiki page for that thing. So you can use that and you can see if it's something you need to hang on to or if it's something that you can just toss. But yeah, also, do you know about the sell junk button? If you go to a vendor, hold on, can I do this now? If you go to a vendor and go to the sell tab, there's a sell junk button. If you hit that, all gray items in your inventory get sold immediately. So you don't have to do those individually. No box standing this time? No, I used the box to line of sight them all over and then I routed them all. I have found that standing on the box is good for the melee mob, but the range mobs can all shoot you. If you do this, then the range mobs run over, and then you can root them all, and then back up and watch them die. How many bag space do you have? 490. Can you use more than one elite spec on the same character? Yeah. So like, look, right now I'm a druid. And let me change to this build. Now I am an Untamed. And now I am back to Druid. So as long as you're out of combat, you can swap between builds. Do you like the college gathering tool? I'm more of a function over form kind of guy. Some of the gathering tools have an anomaly that make them gather faster. And no one's really sure if it's a bug or not. But like the fused molten sickle gathers over twice as fast as any other scythe. So I use that. Not because I love the animation, but just because it's fast. So those are the kind of things that I get. If you're interested in that topic, if you do !gather in the chat, I have a video that talks about like how to get the fastest possible gathering speed. Can you have all elite specs that your base class can evolve to on the same character? Yes. You just cannot, play more than one at once. Like you cannot be a soul beast and a druid at the same time. Oh, shoot. I messed up. Well, it took a minute, and that was a very packed camp, but got it. Muck, what is the gear for this build? If you do exclamation build, there's a link to my character, and you can inspect me anytime you wish. This is build and equipment template 6. But the short answer is it's 2/3 Trailblazer, 1/3 Apothecary. Since everything past level 80 counts as endgame, it can't be said. All classes are goes what you're referring to. Oh, I need to let my Astral recharge. What about Harbinger? Necro classes are easiest to play with. True. Harbinger. Okay. Harbinger is very strong. It has been a while since I've won a duel against a Harbinger. However, the way that it feels when I duel them is like, I'm fighting them, I'm fighting them, I'm fighting them. They use that elite potion that gives them every boon in the game. It's really scary. I need to dodge, I need to evade, I need to line of sight, and then it wears off and they go back to being a mere mortal, and then I fight them and I fight them. And usually I can't kill them. Like, it just drags on forever. If I screw up during the moment where they use the Giga Potion, then I do die. But if I play defensively during that, then it's typically just, you know, scary at that one moment, and then we can't kill each other for the rest of the time. With Willbender, it's like I'm dead in 1 second. So that's why I have a different opinion of Willbender. This guy's in a merchant window right now. Or he's AFK. No, he started to move right at the end. Like, he summoned a merchant and was doing merchant stuff, and then right there at the end he started to move. So it looks like some green mercenaries had come over and were attacking a blue camp. And I'm on team red, so all of this is my enemy, but they're hitting each other some. I'm trying to pierce through them with my arrows. Let's see, 27 minutes. I saw a Warrior World Arrow Cart build, but isn't it kind of meh because of random targeting on a group larger than 5? Yeah, I mean... I mean, what isn't? What isn't meh when you're attacking 6 or more people? Other than Amalgam. Yeah. The thing is, like, if you are alone and you're on a wall and you're shooting down at a group of 30 people with Arrow Cart build, yeah, you're not going to kill any of them. They're going to heal through the damage. But the thing is like, if you're fighting 5 or less people, you're putting a lot of pressure on them. Like, their healer is taxed. And if anything else joins in, like a guard or another player, like, they start crumbling. Additionally, if you are in a blob fighting another blob, you will be putting out more damage than almost anybody else there. Which, again, they either heal through or they die to. So yeah, I mean, it's not a build you would play all the time. Like, I'm not playing it right now, but I have it saved as a template. So if I'm in a weird situation where I feel safe, but there's a million targets, like, at a distance from me, I'll swap to it and just start making it rain. What's the Arrow Cart build? It's a build I came up with a few years ago, but basically it involves using a few traits and stuff. And it makes it so that when you do the Ranger's barrage skill, which is like a bunch of arrows raining from the sky, you can do it every 10 seconds. And it lasts like 5 to 8 seconds. So just very high uptime on arrows raining down on whatever targets you want. So it's like maximum damage at maximum range, but you are made of glass. So you do it if you're like defending a wall or something. What's stronger, Ritualist or Reaper? They're both really good. They're both very, very good. They play differently though, so it kind of depends on how you want to play. Only reason I want Rifle on Ranger so I can use the crossbow skin. I don't want Rifle on Ranger simply because there's enough projectile blocks in the game. I don't want another projectile weapon. Give me shield or focus, I don't know, just something not a projectile. So I was going to their camp, but they saw me, so I'm going to just go in the tunnel and see if they follow. Still two of them. Dude, it's a thief, so I went all out because I was like, he's going to teleport away. Any second now, he's going to teleport away. He's going to teleport. He's dead. You chased me for half an hour, so. And here's the other one that chased me. I think some of her stuff's on cooldown, though, because she's been fighting. Come on, Tony. Galactus, thank you for the prime. I appreciate the help. Forest Rangers and Hunters have rifles and pistols. Well, yeah, in present day. But you've also got the version of Rangers and Druids that are in, like, Dungeons and Dragons, and they hate modern cities and technology and stuff like that. They think it's like, you know, industry is basically poisoning the environment. They want nothing to do with it. Like, they won't use things that are made of metal. So it just really depends on the version of the Ranger or the Druid that you are trying to emulate. Like, I don't know if this is still true. Last time I played D&D, the only version of heavy armor that a Druid could wear is stone. Which, is, you know, of course, that weighs like, you know, 50 pounds for a chest plate of stone armor. Because they would not wear metal. I simply must know what the WTF scrapper build is that you have. On my engineer? Oh man, I haven't played my engie in a while. Hold on, now you've got me curious. Maybe it was just me experimenting? Hang on, we'll take a look.
Mukluk Bobble.
Hey, Prof, thank you. Appreciate you. I caught the end of your statement. I thought you were talking about the Amish. No, I was not talking about the Amish. Oh, I remember what this was. Okay, so some of you might remember the heal DPS builds. Like, how much DPS can you get out of a healer while you are healing a group? And this was a heal DPS scrapper. It was able to heal a group through raids and strikes, and at the same time, it did like 5 to 10k DPS. That's what this was. And I wasn't sure if it was gonna work, so I just put it under WTF for the template. Can we see it in action? I'm not gonna play it right now because I'm rusty as heck on it, but I will... Hang on a second. Let me see if I can find... Where did I get that build from? Did they remove it? Heal DPS Scrapper. Here we go. Okay. This, I believe, is where I got the build. And yeah, it worked, but no, I'm just not playing it right now. How long we got? 18 minutes? All right. Mark, do you think the Guild Wars 2 will die when Guild Wars 3 is up? No. No, I don't. Now, they could totally muck it up, right? There is a way that they could ruin it, but I don't believe they will right now. Again, my first MMO was EverQuest. EverQuest currently has 32 expansions. Its sequel, EverQuest 2, which people thought would kill EverQuest, currently has 22 expansions. They are both going. You know, they are no longer the kings of the industry after World of Warcraft, but they're still doing well. Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. Both up and running. Not an MMO, but same example. They released a game that is a competitor to their first game. But they're keeping them different enough that, and they're also staggering the updates. So sometimes people are playing PoE 1, sometimes PoE 2. If they like both, they can play both. Just, you know, whichever one has the most recent update is staggered. So, no, I don't currently believe Guild Wars 2 will die. There will be plenty of people that will try Guild Wars 3 and hate it and come back to Guild Wars 2. There will also be plenty of people that will play Guild Wars 3 and they will then do the Hall of... They will love it and they will do the Hall of Monuments and do Guild Wars 2. Is he just running? They will go back to Guild Wars 2 because of the Hall of Monuments. This Berserker? Like, he started running and I was like, oh, he's losing, he's scared, he's trying to run away. And then all of a sudden he got really challenging. Oh, lag. Oh my god. I had to hit that stun break 3 times. Ooh, that's not good. I might be dead. I did 2 cleanses and they did not get the bleed off. Yeah. Don't think I can beat him. I do not think I can beat him. Because he's a warrior, anytime I immobilize him, he can break out of it instantly. And on top of that, he's using the heal where he goes indestructible when he uses the heal, and any incoming damage heals him. He kites well, he does a dangerous amount of damage. I don't think I can beat him. Now, if he was a Spellbreaker, I think he would be more dangerous. Because he's a Berserker, I have all the time in the world to think and try things out. Oh, he just obliterated the other lady. Oh, the amount of immune messages I see off of this guy. Oh, maybe. I got 20. No, he cleansed it all. Dang it. I had 27 bleeds on him. Oh my god, finally. I didn't win one-on-one. The other lady came in and died twice, and also all the guards. That is the most dangerous berserker I have fought all week. I would still rather fight him than a Spellbreaker, though, because the Spellbreaker doesn't let me play the game. That was an interesting build. He had a lot of sustain, a lot of mobility, and a lot of condies. And the other lady that kept trying to help me didn't have enough condi cleanse, and she just kept dying, like, right away. What is the best all-around ranger spec at the moment? So there are 4 ranger elite specs. My favorite 2 to play are Druid and Untamed. I don't do a lot with Soul Beast or Gale Shot. What reduced the damage he received to 0? There's a warrior heal skill. Someone can help me out with the name, and when they use it, any incoming damage heals them until duration runs out. And he was using that periodically, so 1, I wasn't damaging him anymore, and 2, all the damage he was taking was healing him back up. Now, as a Condi build, you know, it's like, okay, well, I might as well still keep hitting him so that when this wears off, the conditions start ticking. So I did not tap the brakes. If you're a power build, you want to hit the brakes when he uses that skill so you don't heal him back up. What's happening in 10 minutes? You read the timer, but you didn't read the label under the timer. To be fair, it doesn't say who's asking the questions. Chat's asking the questions. You guys are asking me the questions. Mike, what do you think about having a more in-depth crafting system in Guild Wars 3? Ooh. Ooh. Crafting. I would say, of all the games I've played, my favorite crafting system was from EverQuest 2. There was this whole minigame where you would have different buttons, like, you know, temper, you know, increase heat, things like that. It didn't really matter what they were called, but you had different buttons, and there was like a minigame. And when you were crafting something, there was a completion bar, and when the completion bar finished, you're done. But there was a quality bar, and if the quality was below, a certain threshold, you would fail. You wouldn't make it. But the quality could go up to like 200%. So if you're making potions, right, and you're stirring a big cauldron full of potion, and you're making it, if you get the quality up to like 200%, you would make twice as many. You would make like a whole batch of them. But if you were making like a sword and you got really high quality, then you would get like bonus stats on the sword, and it would be better. But I very, very much enjoyed the crafting system of EverQuest 2. Now, it was not good if what you're trying to do is... Oh, I think I'm dead here. If what you were trying to do was make like, 500 of something in EverQuest... Or sorry, I misspoke. In Guild Wars, you would just hit, create all. If you were trying to do that in EverQuest 2, it was terrible for that. Okay. Screw it. I ran to green because of muscle memory. I'm on green team on NA. Yeah, that was a really bad angle. Lightning reflexes to get out of a fear sent me back through the fear wall, which just feared me again. That's the danger of using lightning reflexes as your stun break, is sometimes the movement of it will just take you out of the stun and into death. No, Impede, he's on the run. Muck, when it comes to crafting, what do you think of crafting gear being endgame gear like in Guild Wars 2? I think it's good. Back when I played World of Warcraft, okay, let me set the stage here. World of Warcraft, vanilla, Naxxramas was out, okay? Which was, I think, tier 3. Hardly anyone in the game even saw Naxxramas in vanilla, which is why they recycled it and reused it in Wrath of the Lich King. It was so tough, okay? You could get a Tish, you could get tier 3, it was crazy strong. PvP did not have gear as good as tier 3. So if a guild that could do Naxxramas went and decided to spend the evening playing PvP, no one could touch them. They were like just unkillable demigods on the battlefield, right? I remember them like leading the charge in Alterac Valley, or like capture the flag in Warsong Gulch, and no one could kill them. No one could kill them. Grand Marshal wasn't good enough. No, at that time, the best gear from PvE was miles ahead of the best gear from PvP. It was not even close. And I remember that. And it sucked. It was awful. So I think that Guild Wars 2, making it to where you can get the best gear in the game from many different sources, I think that is a good thing. I think that is a good thing. Okay. Someone pointed out that their stream is up, so let's get ready. Oh, they're replaying the trailer. They're replaying the trailer. Oh, wait, no? Is it just looping? There's no audio. Okay, people in the chat are also saying no audio, so it's not just me. Are we there yet? We are not there yet. They did a test stream though, I bet. When I was on the main Guild Wars 2 channel, when they had me hosting the thing for fashion templates, they did do a bit of testing beforehand, and it was not enough. Because we started the stream, and immediately everyone's like, we can't hear Muck. It's just like, God dang it. And I was like, well, I'm not in charge today, so it's not my fault. So look at the ANET person until they fix it. Mike, do you know if they're answering live questions or pre-written ones? I don't know. I do not know. I would guess that they're getting some from the forums. But if they're taking more from chat, I don't know. Imagine people seeing the trailer coming to Guild Wars 2 and seeing the poorly managed stream setup. Dude, honestly, at least at the Summer Games Fest, the Guild Wars 3 trailer didn't lag. Because they had so many trailers at Summer Games Fest that were like being played in like Adobe PDF or something. It was terrible. So Muck is responsible for fashion templates? No, I was what you would call a scapegoat. I wasn't responsible for the fashion templates. I'm blamed for fashion templates. Whole different thing. The lag was only on Twitch side. I had no problem on YouTube. No, we were watching on Twitch until it lagged. Then we swapped to YouTube until it lagged. Then we swapped to Twitch until it lagged. And then we swapped to YouTube until it lagged. We were having alternating terrible experiences. Wait, what? It just went from 1 minute countdown to 59. Oh, now they're here.
Thanks for joining us today. Appreciate it. It has been a absolutely wild last 4 days or so here at ArenaNet and all over the place. Incredibly
Oh no,
exciting.
is Josh way louder than Colin?
And you know, we booked today as a opportunity to just get back together and casually chat about stuff that's going on. To kick us off and recap, just in case you missed what's been happening lately, last Friday we announced Guild Wars 3 live from Summer Game Fest. And then on Saturday, we released a video where we talked about our long-term commitment to the Guild Wars franchise. And to quote somebody who was in that video, I believe what they said is, "I want you all to know our entire team is
An
committed to
anonymous
actively
user gifted a
developing
tier
Guild
1
Wars
sub to
Reforged and Guild Wars
ArenaNet
2
Colin.
For many years to come. We are not replacing your favorite
Pausing
games.
alerts.
We'll be supporting them." And I think whoever said that, really, they did a great job.
So humble.
The chat that we're going to have here today, just to be really clear, is about that video that we released on Saturday and the commitment to the Guild Wars franchise. That's what we wanted to loop back around and talk more about. We're really not going to talk about Guild Wars 3 today. For the most part, we announced that Guild Wars 3 will go into beta at the end of next year. That's a long ways in the future. We literally just announced the game on Friday. We'll have many, many opportunities in the future. We're going to tell you way more about Guild Wars 3. Today is really talking about Guild Wars 2 and a little bit about Guild Wars Reforged and answering your questions that we've seen come up over the last few days about the franchise. I do want to throw out there that if you do want to know more about Guild Wars 3, you can go to guildwars3.com.
Dude, I can hear his
and you can
papers.
sign up for our newsletter. Or you can go wishlist it on Steam or on PlayStation 5. That's pretty cool. And also, coming up later this summer, just a friendly reminder, our next really big studio beat is we've announced that we're going to release Guild Wars Reforged on mobile devices, and that's coming up pretty soon now, sometime this summer. More info on a specific date soon. And so we've got a lot going on there as well for you to look forward to. So for now till whenever they kick us out of here, we're gonna go through a list of questions that we've seen come up in the community over the last few days that we wanted to be able to speak to and help answer and try to clarify and give some more details as much as we possibly can.
Yeah, and there's a lot out there. When I looked yesterday, I think there's about 6,500 new comments on our forums alone. And it's not counting Reddit or Discord or social media or anything else.
Dude, you went from screaming to mute.
Out there, which is really exciting, actually. But we did try to do our best to find kind of the, I don't know exactly how many questions we got here, but kind of the top line, biggest kind of concerns and stuff that we wanted to chat about with the community a little bit more.
Absolutely. Should we dive into the first one here?
Yeah, this will be interesting to go through. We did a very.
Oh my god, this is the worst it's ever been.
It's here's how we're gonna organize this. Our TV here actually wasn't working like literally 30 seconds before the stream started, so please bear with us as we go through this. But I really appreciate everyone being here and give us a chance to talk about all the things that are going on.
Yeah, they don't allow us to be on live streams very often anymore.
It's true.
Yeah,
This is
I
actually
wonder
my first
why.
time.
Oh my-
We haven't done a live stream.
That's wild.
It's my first time not hosting one, actually. So thank you for hosting today. But it's a bit weird to be in the passenger seat on this one.
It's weird to host.
Yeah.
I'm very used to. You're phenomenal.
Oh, thank you.
There's a
Appreciate
skill
that.
set there that we, and having you be a game director.
I'm glad we're not using it today.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
apparently the audio's messed up.
Oh, hey, the audio guy is looking at chat. Look at that.
Can you move the microphone off your hoodie?
I'm getting rid of this one.
No, move it off your hoodie.
Move it off my hoodie. Where's it?
Yeah, your hoodie, it's really, really low. It's not getting close to your mouth.
Oh, you want to go higher?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
This is exactly what they needed to do, was basically
Okay.
pause everything.
I can't see
And
chat,
then-
so I have no idea if you can actually hear me or not. But
Hello.
please tell Stefan, and he'll he'll let me know.
It's still peaking.
So, as we warned, pretty casual.
We got the TV back, but we didn't check the microphones, I guess. If I had hosted, we wouldn't be having this problem.
That's true, yes.
Yeah, well, lesson learned.
This is me hosting is the problem.
We will do it differently for Guild Wars 4.
Never again. Yeah, we will do it differently for Guild Wars 4 in 55 years. It's going to be great.
Go change another.
The roller beetle racing game. Really looking forward to that one.
He's joking right now, by the way.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm joking. There's nothing serious.
This is what they call vamping, I guess. We're filling time. So, as you can see, Stefan's hard at work trying to fix the live stream for
More
us.
microphones. Oh, sorry. No, you're good. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
I have a meeting after this.
Okay.
So, if we can go a little longer.
How we doing?
Okay,
You
Colin
hear us
has a
now?
working mic now.
Yeah.
Microphone check.
Sounds good.
Do we have to start
Okay.
over?
There's no way we're starting over.
Stefan, do we have to start over?
Could they hear anything we said up until now? Is the real question. It was very bad. Okay.
Okay. We're
All right.
good.
Oh no, it was very bad. All right. So a quick recap of what was said earlier, and hopefully better this time. So it's been crazy 4 days for ArenaNet. It's been incredibly exciting. I think it's been really fun to watch all of your reactions in the community leading up to last Friday and what's happened since, and really energizing for all of us at the studio. If you missed it for some reason, just to recap, last Friday at Summer Game Fest, we announced Guild Wars 3. And then on Saturday, we released a video announcing our high-level commitment to the future of the franchise and all of our Guild Wars games, Guild Wars Reforged, Guild Wars 2, and Guild Wars 3. And I will repeat back to you a quote from that is kind of sets the stage for what we're going to talk about today. I want you all to know our entire team is committed to actively developing Guild Wars Reforged and Guild Wars 2 for many years to come. We are not replacing your favorite games, we'll be supporting them. And that's really what we're here to talk about today. Guild Wars 3 just got announced on Friday. We're not going to go into beta until the end of next year. We've got lots of time to tell you about Guild Wars 3. Today is really about Guild Wars 2 and a little bit about Guild Wars Reforged and our commitment to the franchise. And so what we're going to talk more about is we've seen a large list of questions that have come up in the community since Saturday. And we've tried to identify some of the biggest questions that we wanted to sit down and very casually just kind of riff on and talk about together and do our best to answer some of those questions as best as we can. If you do want to know more about Guild Wars 3, you can go to guildwars3.com and sign up for our newsletter, or you can go wishlist us on Steam or PlayStation 5, pretty cool, and you'll be able to find out more about the game by doing all of those things. And we also, I'll use this as a quick opportunity before we dive into questions to plug. We also have another really big thing coming this summer. We're going to release Guild Wars 4 Reforged on mobile.
Guild Wars 4? He said Guild Wars 4, no takebacks.
On mobile devices, which is really exciting and kind of the next big beat for the studio to look forward to as part of our broad...
Clip it. He can't get away with it.
So that's what we're doing, what we're here to talk about today. I don't know, Josh, before we dive into questions, anything you want to add there?
No, I think we're nailing the casual vibe.
Definitely.
I think the tech issue at the beginning actually put me at ease.
Yeah.
And I think the second run through was actually,
I feel like it went
marked
better.
improvement. Yeah, I think that's great.
It's all good from here.
And I guess the one piece of context we had before, and I don't know if anyone heard, but just wanted to note that. So we do have a big list of questions that we're going to try to go through here today. Hopefully we can get through everything. Colin and I do have a tendency to just rabbit hole on certain topics for a long period of time, so we'll do our best to try to do as much as we can.
Can you fix it? Dude, they keep changing it up and down.
All the questions pulled here are, it's pulled from comments on
Like he was just
forums
talking and then they just like bumped the volume knob.
Discord,
That wasn't me.
In-game even for a couple of them, and we try to capture kind of the top level concerns that the community had, and so I think we're very excited to have the opportunity to talk to you folks very directly today about all this, but yeah, we're just going to try to keep it casual, which again I think we're nailing currently.
Got it. All right. Well, here we go. First question that we've seen, and again, we're doing our best to paraphrase a collection of thousands of questions that we've seen and distill them down into a somewhat coherent sentence. So you're taking a break from expansion development in Guild Wars 2 to deliver Hall of Monuments 2.0, World versus World, updates, a new ore map, and other quality of life updates. But you've also said you'd resume annual updates after Guild Wars 3. Can you clarify?
He started to say expansion, and then he took it back.
I think when we wrote it down, it felt like it was going to be a bit of like, well, this is a synonym for, talking about expansions, and I think it was unclear. So to be really clear about it, like our intention, our direction is to return to annual expansions for Guild Wars 2. Annual updates feels like the same thing for us internally, but obviously the words have meaning, and so yeah, just say it very directly, our goal is to get back to annual expansions. We've tried a lot of different stuff with Guild Wars 2 over the years. So for a lot of our longtime veterans, which I'm sure there's a lot of them watching right now, they remember the Living World Season 1 experiment, which is, we're not going to ever do expansions for Guild Wars 2. Pivoted into doing major expansions plus Living World, eventually only Living World, back to expansions, and then back to annual. And I think we found that annual expansions are actually the kind of the sweet spot for us, both from a player standpoint, but also from a development standpoint. It's actually a very sustainable thing for us to be able to do, and it's contributed to a lot of the success we've been seeing in recent years. So I think that's very much the model that we want to kind of stick with, and we'll keep producing new content for Guild Wars 2 as long as fans want to keep playing the game.
Absolutely.
Anything to add there?
I think definitely we are guilty of over the years on live experimenting with a lot of different forms.
Bro, they are like someone's playing with the volume knobs over there.
We've seen historically the criticism of, hey, I wish that they would just stick to a thing that we know and deliver on that. And I think we've heard that, we understand that. I think sometimes when we're at our best, we're experimenting and trying new things. But sometimes when we're at our worst, we're experimenting and trying new things as well. And so, I think that fearless spirit is part of what's made ArenaNet successful for all of these years. But sometimes things don't have to be experimented with. Sometimes there's things that just work, and I think that I completely agree with you. I think we found that players love expansions. They love the excitement of the big announcement. They love the launch day. It's a thing that works for live for Guild Wars 2, and so we're really happy with what that's done for us. And I think you and the GW2 team have done a phenomenal job consistently delivering those too.
I just realized, I forgot I'm a mod on the main Guild Wars 2 channel, chat. I could put everyone into silent mode and then just say fix Colin's mic, and that'll be the only thing in the chat. And then they would unmod me because I'm not allowed to do that.
Yeah, so super reasonable question. Obviously something we thought about a lot when we're kind of building out a strategy for the game. But I think the most important thing to understand is that we chose this path, right? Like, there's a lot of different ways that we could have gone. It would have been very easy for us to move right from Expansion 6 development and move right into working on Expansion 7. But we decided
Noxxi just sent me a message and said, I won't complain about your audio ever again.
Publicly. It feels really,
it's weird,
it feels really weird.
We've had to practice for years. Everywhere we go, like, don't say it, whatever you do.
So it feels good. It feels pretty good. But anyways, there's a really interesting opportunity for us to, use the release of Hollow Monuments, which we're going to start doing later on this year, as an opportunity to kind of go back and revisit the entirety of the game. And so, the question of, like, are we worried about this harming engagement? I think realistically, with a game that's, as old as ours, I think it would probably hurt engagement more if we didn't actually go back and resolve a lot of these early game problems, or problems that have been existing in core content and even previous.
I'm writing down the important stuff.
Have more of a negative impact on the game long term than taking a break from releasing expansion.
For now, we just enjoy watching this train wreck.
And I think we've seen consistently from many of you. I think the folks in particular watching this video who are among the the most ardent in our community and followed us in many cases for a very long time. We've consistently seen you asking for over many years us to take an opportunity to go back and do this, and we've continually evaluated when is the right time to do that and carve out space for it.
It's on Max, by the way.
And I think that we've seen the reaction already in saying this is what we're going to do. A lot of people are really excited that we've listened and that we are going to go do what a lot of the community has been asking for there.
Yeah, and I think reading through the questions, a lot of it comes from a place of like no one wants to play the MMO that no one's playing. Right?
Yep.
Like, that's the worst thing you could have as a player, right? Based on what we saw from the Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2 transition to Hollow Monuments, like, there's going to be so many players coming back to play Guild Wars 2, either for the first time ever, I guess, or players that played the game previously and they're coming back and experiencing it for the first time. And so, am I concerned about there not being players to play with in this period? Like, absolutely not. In fact, I think what a lot of it's going to feel like is actually the Return to campaign that we ran with Dragons back in 2021, where effectively it almost felt like, in a way, kind of a re-release of the game, in that like players were kind of going from the core game all the way through that into Living World, into Heart of Thorns, and basically the entire community was kind of
I wish I had Josh's phone number. Imagine his phone starts ringing, and I'm like, you guys, and he looks down, and there's a message for me, and it says, y'all need to start over. We didn't hear anything.
My expectation is that millions of players are going to come back to Guild Wars 2 over the next couple of years, and so I think it's really going to be a nice soft landing for them to kind of come back into the game, and
wait,
there's going to be a ton of stuff going on.
It's like they fixed it, and then they said, never mind.
I mean, it's a really
compelling time to invite your friends who might have played before and left over the years or never had a chance to play to say, listen, this is what they're doing and now is the time to come back and play it. We also
Mug deleted
feel like
messages
with
in their
Guild
chat
Wars
show up on your
Reforged
stream.
Going to mobile and reinvesting back in
I
Guild Wars Reforged,
have too much power.
there's a real opportunity there for people to fall in love with the Guild Wars franchise who have never had an opportunity to see it before. And after they play Reforged, they're going to want to go see other Guild Wars stuff, and they're going to go play Guild Wars 2. And that will play out over many years to come. And you know, to your point, even after Guild Wars 3 releases, Hall of Monuments connecting 2 and 3 together is going to act as a tool to get people who play Guild Wars for the first time with Guild Wars 3 to want to go back and play Guild Wars 2. And when they go back and play that, they're going to see an entirely new, updated experience that this project allows us to have as well.
We're being timed out.
They can barely hear me. Okay.
Take a break. Drink a bit. Rewind the last question. Drink a bit. We're going to restart it as soon as we can.
Okay. I guess we're taking a break. We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
Oh.
Can you restart the question you answered?
Can we restart the question that we were just answering?
So all of the second one?
The whole thing? Okay.
Well, they're going to get a sense of just... Are we live right now, I'm assuming? Okay.
Are we live?
A sense of how casual we're being, because we're going to...
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Josh, you've never heard this question before.
This is fun.
This is.
Well, it started fun. It's giving, you know... Okay, so...
Are you concerned that taking an 18-month break from expansions in order to deliver these other initiatives is going to hurt the player population of Guild Wars 2?
Yeah. So on my second take on this answer, I'm going to say no. I'm not super concerned. And obviously we did think about it a lot. I sweat this kind of thing quite a bit in my job. That's pretty much all I think about, to be honest. But no, I actually feel really good about the phase that we're heading into, like I mentioned before. You know, the Hall of Monuments campaign that we're going to be running and the release of Guild Wars 3 gives us a really good opportunity to kind of go back and retouch the entirety of the game. And a lot of what we're going to try to do here is going to feel very similar to what we did with the Return to campaign for End of Dragons. We're effectively, you know, we basically brought players back through all the core game content into Living World, into every expansion, leading up to the release of EOD. And so it'll be very similar, but this time we're going to add on our 3 more recent expansions and EOD, obviously, into that campaign. And again, this is an opportunity for us to go back and not only bring players back to that content, but also make a bunch of changes and improvements to the content to make it feel a bit more modernized. Love Guild Wars 2, but a lot of the early content, core game content, I'd say even Heart of Thorns to an extent, and maybe a little bit of Path of Fire, definitely shown a little bit of their age over the years, and so I think we're all really excited for the opportunity to kind of go back and touch that content back up again. You know, this is stuff that players have been asking for forever. I think that we wish that we could do all these things simultaneously, but you know, unfortunately, trade-offs exist in game development, and so it just felt like kind of the opportune time for us to address kind of like a lot of those core problems.
Yeah, I mean, I really, you know, to your point about people have been asking, you know, for a lot of this for a long time. I think that's a consistent message we've seen from the community for over 10 years now of like, hey, can you carve out time to go back and clean up a bunch of these areas and some of these you know, be it bugs or gameplay experiences.
I just got here. Did I miss anything?
We've never
No,
really
they've had
been
broken
able to
audio for the last 15 minutes.
off and carve out time to go do it. And I think you're right. That's perfect. It's
You look
exactly the
pissed.
right time to do it.
No, I'm not pissed.
You
It's
know,
just,
we
it's just
feel
like,
when this is a franchise that we're going
it's
to
crazy that this still happens
keep
like
investing in Guild Wars Reforged,
every
Guild Wars
time.
2, there's a real opportunity here for us to address these issues.
I'm like a
just
parent
as
looking at a
whole
child
new
like,
audience
why are you
gets a
eating
chance to
dirt
play Guild Wars
again?
2 for the
We've
first time
talked
ever,
about this.
Or a whole group of people
And
who
they're
haven't
like,
played
I thought it would
Guild Wars
taste
for the
different this
first
time.
I think Guild Wars Reforged and continuing to expand our investment there, especially with that going to mobile devices for the first time this summer. That's going to introduce an entire new audience to Guild Wars who's never
Live
played
audio
Guild
is
Wars.
different than
Someday, a bunch of
pre-recorded.
those people
Then they
will
should
play
have
Guild Wars
pre-recorded
2,
this.
And we want them to have the best
Boom.
experience they possibly can and fall in love with the Guild Wars 2 experience that you all have and that we have. And similarly, someday farther in the future, when Guild Wars 3 releases,
Are you going to make a
you're gonna see
recap
whole
video?
bunch of
I was
people who play
intending
Guild
to,
Wars
but
3,
so
and
far,
they look
this
at
is all I
that
got
and
from
have a point
18
where they go,
minutes.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do next. They're going to look at Hall of Monuments and say, I'm going to go back and play that Guild Wars 2 game and get all the cool stuff in Hall of Monuments. And we want them to have the best experience that they can in GW2 and to fall in love with Guild Wars 2 again at that point, too, the way that you all have. And we see this very much as a system that allows that to happen. And we want to have the best experiences we can. And this is the time to do it.
Yeah, I agree. And we're going to have a lot more information to share on all this stuff in the coming months and whatnot. You know, right now our team is just heads down focused on VOE QR3, We want to make sure that we really line that release well and that it feels like a a very fitting end to that expansion. I know we gave the example of the Zaitan fight. I know it's one that you personally. Colin definitely put his thumb on the scale a little bit for us to take on that initiative. I think that we want to take a couple of big swings like that as we're kind of going through and looking at all the expansion content. I know there's encounters in Heart of Thorns and Pathfire and even other expansions that we'd love to go back and retool in a very similar way. And so I think there's going to be a lot of really exciting stuff, honestly. It's not just going to be all bug fixing.
Zaitan's a great one. Of like, I don't know if
Marty's audio is better. He might have an audio leveler. But the audio that you're hearing here is what most of their audience is hearing.
Like the moving platforms and some of the stuff that happens in the Zaitan fight. It didn't come online until like 3 weeks before the game released, 2 weeks before the game released, and so by the time the tech was fully functional, and we were all sweating bullets. Like,
I think there's a Chrome extension as well that lets you turn audio up to like 200% in tabs.
Just at the very end, and so
maybe he's using that. I've heard of it. I don't have it.
Launch to try to throw together something that made that an experience that would work. I don't think it's anything close to what any of us had hoped that it would be. I was happy that it even functioned by the time the game shipped. And we're pretty terrified right to the last possible minute. And so I think it's going to be really fun. Anything like that in retrospect, it's going to be impossible for the team to ever make it live up to what people in their minds now are imagining it could turn into. Like, we still have to work within the constraints of the model and the animation and the stuff that's in that level. But whatever we can do to make it better is going to be worth it compared to, hey, we just barely got it out the door that it was when the game shipped.
I think if we could just reduce the amount of time you spend on a cannon, I think it'd be good. My one ask.
It was basically just stand there firing cannons mission.
How do I?
And I guess just one last reminder. This is all covered in the video that we put on Saturday, but like, it's not like we're not doing any content this time frame either, right? Like, so choosing to not do an expansion in this time frame allows us to do some other really cool stuff. So the fact that we're going to be adding a new map in Ore. The details of this are going to be really high level. I'm not going to expand on it today. We'll have plenty of time to expand on it in the future.
Hang on, I just installed the extension. I'm trying to figure out how to make it work.
Guild Wars 3, I think, is really exciting. And so, like, we're going to be definitely heads down working on that. And then the new War vs. World Borderlands map is another really big initiative that we're taking on. And we're really only able to do that because we're taking a bit of a break from expansion development. And so, there's going to be a lot of cool stuff that's going to be going on in this time frame, outside of just the modernization efforts.
And it's a perfect time to make a brand new character to go through and experience all of those areas as we're updating them along the way too.
Yeah, what are you going to reroll?
Oh man,
you're a warrior main. Right?
I'm an NG main.
NG main. Okay.
Yeah,
same.
That explains
Sura
Amalgam.
engineering.
Wow, so you heard it here first. ArenaNet engineer favoritism.
We have never put our hands on the scale for balance, by the way. Ever.
Guardian has been dethroned as the favorite.
Yeah.
At least that's what the internet tells me.
You ready for another one?
Yeah, let's do it.
Why not do expansions and this modernization effort?
Max volume and using an extension to increase it by 200%.
It's a really good question. And I think we might end up getting.
That's what I'm having to do here.
I guess. Yep. But I think that every developer you talk to, no matter what game they're working on, wishes they could do all the things all the time. We want expansions to have 8 maps and 20 new leak specs, or it's not a round number. 18 leak specs. Engineer will get 2 extras.
That's okay. That makes sense. That's fair. We would definitely force that to happen.
Yeah, for sure. But we all wish that we could do infinite things effectively, right? But like, we do have a fixed team size, and we've got the business needs, the business concerns, I guess, that we've got to kind of keep in mind. And so I think the reality is that we could choose to do both, but I think it would mean that we'd probably do things in a fairly underwhelming fashion on both sides. The content would be either more sparse or...
Every time Josh turns and looks at Colin, he's turning away from the microphone.
Pretty unhappy. And I think that we wouldn't do nearly as good of a job on the quality of life stuff as we would want to. We have been trying to make an effort to carve out some time to work on quality of life issues over the past couple of years, especially when it comes to the new features that we're releasing. Like, how do we take things that already exist in the game and bring them up to a bit more of a modern design standard? My favorite example of this is Wizard's Vault, right? Which is, effectively daily achievement system and a couple other older systems, and kind of repackaging it in a way that feels a bit more modern and is a bit more player friendly, right? So we've taken a couple big swings like that in the context of expansions, but I think that this phase is going to allow us to do that in a much more robust way, because we're not going to have to worry about only doing things for the latest expansion. We can basically touch everything in the game. So yeah, I think it really just comes down to, it's just constraints. And so we want to do this right, and just felt like kind of the right time for us to do it. And we wish that we could do all the things all at once, but it's not how things work, unfortunately. Time is a big constraint. People's a big constraint. I'm pretty excited about what we're going to be able to do. Anything you want to add there?
I don't think so.
Cool. All right, we'll move on.
Yeah, let's do it.
Go
ahead.
You want me to read this one?
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Let's
Yeah,
trade off a
let's
little
put those old hosting skills to work.
Oh my gosh, the pressure. We've seen a number of players say that this plan sounds ambitious and exciting. Well, thank you, first of all. I love that feedback. I didn't write that. What makes you think that you're going to be able to deliver on it up to the release of Guild Wars 3?
I think that's probably among the most consistent pieces of feedback that we've seen across since Saturday is like, this is awesome, but can they deliver? Will they deliver it? And I think the first answer is we already have been, and we have been for years. And I think that that's a really important note for everybody to take into account is, you're all hearing this for the first time on Saturday when we made this announcement, but this message is one that we've been saying internally to the entire ArenaNet team for years and preparing for this moment for years and practicing and working this way for years as Guild Wars 3 has been in development for years while we've been shipping an expansion for Guild Wars 2 every year across this period of time. And we've partnered with 2 Weeks to start building back up Guild Wars Reforged all at the same time as well. So this isn't a brand new initiative that suddenly now, yesterday that we all scrambled and tried to figure out how do we do. We've already been doing it.
And this is probably getting a little inside baseball, but I think that the way that we structure the studio is also a big part of this, right?
Yep.
And so, again, this is kind of more about how we develop games here, right? But fundamentally, there's a couple different approaches we could take when it comes to staffing and building these various games, right? A lot of these studios lean heavily into the concept of shared teams or shared service teams, where you've got a design department that's across all different games, and you're constantly moving folks back and forth as needed. The approach that we've taken pretty much from the very beginning, years and years back, right, was basically, I kind of think of it as we effectively are operating almost like 2 mini studios within ArenaNet, where all the resources that are dedicated to working on Guild Wars 2 are full-time dedicated to working on Guild Wars 2, and they're not shared with Guild Wars 3 and vice versa, right? And so what it really means is that as game directors, we basically we know exactly the folks that we've got on the team, what their capacity is, what their bandwidth is, and we can really build schedules and timelines around that and not have to worry about potential competing needs from other projects.
I'm fine, Sandra.
Borrowing or taking resources. And I think so far it's been... Oh, I think we're good. Okay, sorry. I saw movement in the background. I thought we were having to take a break again.
Don't look at each other. Look at the camera. They can't hear you well.
Oh, okay. I'm not supposed to look at Colin anymore, apparently.
All right, I can't look at Josh anymore.
Oh, I wonder if they got my message.
When we look at each other, the mics stop working, and so we are now going to focus just on all.
I literally
He
messaged
smiles
them,
back
and I
at
said,
me.
Josh has the mic on his right collar. Every time he turns left to look at Colin, he's away from the mic, and we can hardly hear him. And now they're telling them, on the show, they're saying, look straight ahead, stop looking at each other.
The model that
It's
we've
really hard not
landed
to
on-
look at each other.
I know. The model that we've landed on is effectively to have 2 mini studios within ArenaNet, right? I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add there.
Yeah, we did early on. There's some moments where we tried some experiments of hey, let's have a person working partially on both games, and I think that what we found is it's just really bad for us. It's bad for that person. They have to try to keep context in 2 completely different areas, 2 completely different engines and tool sets and tech stacks to understand. And the reality is, I know a lot of studios do work that way. What we found for ArenaNet is that's not best for us. And so, as Josh said, by knowing these are the dedicated resources that our team has, these are what we're going to be able to do, we're able to plan for, constrain, schedule, and deliver the stuff that we want to do without risk of, hey, suddenly this project needs some help, and so we got to move people over there. And it's forced some really hard decisions at times. In years leading up till now, there's been moments where we've said, hey, there's a gap over here.
Tell them to restart again.
And the answer is no, Guild Wars 2 shipping an expansion. We're not messing with that. We're not going to pull resources. They're staying on Guild Wars 2, and we need to find other solutions for that on the other project. And even now with Guild Wars Reforged, and a lot of that work is obviously being split between ArenaNet and 2 Weeks working together, which makes it easier. But we really almost have like a third little mini studio inside of ArenaNet as well across the 3 different games that are in flight, which is really fun. It's awesome. It's a dream we had going all the way back to I remember Mo talking about
Mike, will you make a video about this
2007,
news?
2008 being at the point where we would have multiple different game teams at ArenaNet.
Get to the
that
point.
were
This news.
live
That's
and
everything
were
so
shipping
far.
Games, and it's taken us a long time to get there, but it's pretty incredible to be at that point, and we've learned a lot over the years on how to do that right for ArenaNet, so that we can deliver a plan like this. And like we said earlier, we have been planning for this. We have already been doing it. And I think the real question, and this is the thing you're all going to have to tell us, is, we know we can deliver on the strategy. Do you like the outcome? So we have the resources to do it. Yes. That is one of the questions people have asked is, do you have the capacity to do it? The answer is yes. But the part that's on us, that comes down to actions, not words, is, do you like the stuff that we're doing? Do you love Guild Wars 3 and the things that it does? And some of you won't. That's okay. You can play Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1. Hopefully enough people do that it's really successful. Do you like the stuff that we're doing in Guild Wars 2 as we do this initiative and with Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars Reforged? That is the criteria that now we have to go deliver on, but we're not constrained by resources to do it, which is exciting.
So I think a thing has dawned on me in this conversation. I think some of the concern that I have heard, I'm making an assumption here. I think that there is maybe a concern out there that we are moving people off of Guild Wars 2 onto Guild Wars 3 while we're in this maintenance mode.
Stop looking left, Josh.
That is not the case at all. So basically, the entire team that we would have be building expansions in the future is staying on Guild Wars 2 during this entire phase. They're just repurposed and refocused to working on the modernization efforts effectively. And so we're not lending or sharing or moving a bunch of people off temporarily and then bringing them back. They're actually staying on Guild Wars 2 the entire time, but we're just refocused to work entirely on modernization, the Borderlands map, and the War map effectively.
And then they will go back to building expansions. Yep,
yeah,
that's
so right. I think it's been like obvious to us, right? But like maybe we haven't said it explicitly, so I just wanted to be really clear about that.
Yeah, that's a good call out. Oh, we have also been looking at the wrong camera. Nice, nailing it.
Yeah,
oh
we're doing
man,
a good job here.
If we intentionally wrote a list of things that we could do to make this feel more casual and haphazardly thrown together, I don't know if we would have come up with everything.
So real quick, what they need to do is when I set up something new for my stream, if I think it's going to be possibly be a train wreck and I need to test it, I will change my stream key in OBS to another account. I think it's called MuklukTest. I'm not even sure. I haven't had to use it in a while. And I streamed a MuklukTest. And MuklukTest's Twitch account has 0 followers, right? So none of you know when I have to do this. And then I pull up that stream on my iPad, and then I do tests like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blah, blah, blah. And I can hear if it sounds like a train wreck. They need to do that. They need a throwaway Twitch account, and they stream to it, do the setup, make sure it's working, then connect their real Twitch account and go. But they never do.
The mine was to come later on this year, right? So we just freshly announced this. There's not a lot of detail out there yet. There'll be a more formal big announcement later on this year. But I think from a design standpoint, we want to try to find a way to do both effectively, right? Like I think it's really important to us that we find ways to honor the time and investment that players have put into Guild Wars 2 over the past, going on 14 years now, effectively, right? I mean, there are players who
subbing to MuklukTest.
Don't.
It's not an affiliate. I won't get any money.
In the game, right? Like I'm not even sure who has the most account age at this point, or the most time played at this point, but there are multiple players with 30,000, 40,000 hours that have
wild
over the past 14 years. When you think about it, over the past 14 years, it's not so bad, right? Yeah. And we do want to try to find a way to bring a lot of that accomplishment that they've already achieved effectively into the Hall Monument system, but at the same time, we do want to find ways to encourage them to go play that new content, or the new refreshed content that we talked about earlier, along with the rest of the community. And so I would expect a healthy mix of both, effectively, in that system. I guess some additional info I can that I'll throw out here a little bit is in terms of the structure for the releases. So right now, I wish we could go out of order, to be honest, because so we're starting with the core game. The core game is the biggest chunk of the game possible, right? It's the thing that we spent 7 years.
What
ago,
water bottle do you have?
initially, Right.
Yep.
And then we've also done a lot of work.
It's
on it since
plastic,
then.
but it
And so I think
resembles
we
a
can probably
mason
spend the entire
jar.
time Just focus on the core game. But unfortunately, just
I don't
because
know where
of
my
how
wife
things
got
work,
it.
And
I
the
just
fact
found
that
it in
we're
the
doing
cabinet.
chronologically is going to be the first release that we're going to do. We're actually going to break the core game out into 2 releases, though, just to give ourselves a little bit more time. And so the first release will be a bit more focused on core game systems, and then the second release will be focused more on core game open world content and story content. And then we'll go into each of our expansions from kind of there on, which will also include all the associated living world releases as well. And those are probably spaced probably about a month and a half to 2 months apart from each other.
Swap
and
the
kinda in
seats.
between all of
Just
that,
turn
there
the
will be a very
seats to
similar
just look
structure that we
straight
talked
at
about
each
with
other.
the Turnkey campaign, where each week there's kind of like new achievements and Wizards Vault objectives these days to actually go and accomplish in those areas of the game. So we'll have a lot more information out later this year. I'm personally very excited about it. A lot of really cool stuff going on in there.
The sound guy's working
you'll
on
also be able
Guild
to
Wars 3
earn
right
rewards in
now.
Guild Wars 2 as well as Guild Wars 3, which I think is pretty exciting as well. And so even if you're not super interested in playing Guild Wars 3, which I know everyone is, but if you if you just wanted to earn nothing but Guild Wars 2 rewards, like that's totally an option
okay
for
too.
you as well. So there's I think a lot of learnings from the original system that we're putting into place for Hollow Monuments 2.0.
Absolutely. Yeah, I hopefully all stuff, that's really exciting for everybody. We're really curious to hear your feedback in particular, but I think, this is a uniquely ArenaNet thing. There's not a lot of games that do this. We're going to, I think, talk more later today. There's a few questions that go more into kind of like our franchise strategy, and so we'll talk more about that later, but like, this is something that we very intentionally.
We'll be putting this on
align with
YouTube.
our pillars of
So
feeling
before
like
it started,
your
I
time
wasn't
is
sure if I was
effective
just going to
and your
put me
investment is
reacting to this on
effective, and
YouTube
we really wanna
or
do the next
me
iteration
summarizing
of
it at the
Hollow
end on
Monuments,
YouTube.
right?
At
So
this
it
point,
feels
I would
like, just
not
like with each of
dare
our
put
games,
the
there's
live
innovation
react
and
on
evolution.
YouTube.
We want to apply the same process.
So
to
far, the summary that I've got is just 2 sentences.
Let's do it. All right.
Okay. Is Guild Wars Reforged going to be connected to the new Hollow Monuments system?
All right. Well, we've said lots of happy, exciting news. This is one where I have to be a little bit of a Debbie Downer, at least today. The answer is, for now, no. Right now, we are focusing on connecting Guild Wars 2 to Guild Wars 3 via Hollow Monuments. Guild Wars 1 already connects to Guild Wars 2 via Hollow Monuments. And the Guild Wars Reforged team, and in particular, our very small ArenaNet team and our partners at 2 Weeks Games, right now they're focused on 2 major initiatives. They're going to ship this game on a brand new platform that ArenaNet's never been on before. That is a huge focus for them. And this summer, we're incredibly excited to have Guild Wars Reforged be playable on your phone and to reach a brand new audience, and also hopefully for all of us a chance to go back and play again in Guild Wars 1 and play the game that started it all in a new way. And then, just on Saturday, Steven, our game director for Guild Wars Reforged, also announced they're working on a brand new type of content for Guild Wars Reforged as well, and they're focused on that. And so those are their big priorities right now, and we will reevaluate and look at things for Hollow Monuments more in the future. I do want to explicitly call out that I've seen this question asked along with the most common piece of feedback that I've seen as part of this is, I wish that the God Walking Among Mere Mortals title was carried over because it's so important from Guild Wars Reforged. And I do want to call out, I think I understand that, I hear that feedback, and it's something that we'll go and review and discuss internally. Right now, our focus for Guild Wars Reforged is not on Hollow Monuments, but it is feedback that we've heard, and so I think it's really important to take a moment and just call out, we have seen that, and we have seen that comment in the community, so we appreciate that. More updates someday in the future, but right now, we're focused on Guild Wars 2 to Guild Wars 3.
Cool. I think you should ask the next one.
Yes. All right. How confident are you that Guild Wars 2's engine can realistically support things like PBR without breaking performance? And that is not Pabst Blue Ribbon, for the record, if anyone's wondering.
Yeah, so again, this is a really good question. I was surprised that so many folks were digging into this one so much. It is a very, it's a challenge, honestly. We're taking a game, so I don't know if a lot of people know this, but like the game engine for Guild Wars 2 is actually built off of GB1, right? Like a lot of that.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, a mix of early GW1 stuff and then really a whole bunch of standalone stuff.
I feel like the guy behind the camera's got some
But
keys and
yeah,
he jingles them
it's
whenever Josh
uniquely
looks
its
away.
own, engine. It is not an off-the-shelf engine. It's not Unreal. It's our own in-house built thing.
But I guess my appreciate the context. I guess my point with a lot of that is like you could still go into our code base now and find code that was written for Guild Wars 1 that's executing right now on live, basically, right? Like, a lot of that stuff still exists. And so, the idea of taking a game engine that was originally built for Guild Wars 1 that's been kind of, has evolved over time and trying to do more and more things to modernize it is a really, it's a huge technical challenge, right? And I think that that hasn't stopped us, obviously. We've been doing a lot of things in recent years to, one, implementing DirectX 11. We've got more modern shader technology that we're using now, improved texture compression. We just recently did a update with the launch of VOE for improved shader technology. And I think we've learned a lot from every single one of these releases. And I think that, there's been some things that have gone really well for us and have only been a bonus or a plus to the player experience. And I think there's been some that haven't landed exactly the way we wanted them to, mostly because there are thousands and thousands of hardware configurations out there that's hard for us to replicate internally. But I think it's I think this is a thing that we have to do for the game. I think that players want to see the game continue to evolve over time and to feel more modern, and they don't want it to feel like a relic of 2012 effectively. And so it is a tough challenge, but I think one that we're very excited to take on. And so PBR, the PBR upgrade specifically, I think is a really interesting one in that the real technical challenge here is not so much how do we get PBR to work in Guild Wars 2, but it's how do you actually have assets that were built outside of the PBR pipeline, so things we already got in the game,
I see you, Legion,
live alongside assets actually rendered or developed in a PBR pipeline, and how do you make it feel like a cohesive game world experience and not feel like you've got things, it's pre, 2026, 2027, that's the old stuff and here's the new stuff. Like, we want it to feel cohesive, right? And so finding a way to do that, I think, is actually the biggest challenge. I think, reading through the comments over the weekend, I think probably the biggest concern is performance, and what does an upgrade like this mean for the performance for the game long term. So I think the main thing to understand here is that we're actually doing work on both fronts kind of simultaneously, right? So we've got folks that are dedicated to working on client and server perf, and then separately there are folks that are working on improving the fidelity of the game generally. I do think we need to find headroom in performance in order to be able to make some of these improvements possible, though, right? So, like, if we didn't address performance at all and just continue trying to add new fancy stuff to the game, like, obviously that would start to make it so that certain players couldn't play the game anymore, and I think that'd be really problematic. And so these initiatives are effectively happening kind of in parallel with each other. But absolutely, we do have to address the performance problem as well. And it also manifests a lot of different ways, right? When I say performance, there's really kind of two large categories of those things, both of which we're working on. So one is client performance. Client performance is like your frame rate, right? Like, so when you're running around in War vs. World or any sort of like large-scale populated map, and your frame rate starts to chug, and it feels like your screen's not updating very often, that's client performance, right? And that's a big focus of ours. Then separately, there's server performance, which is, what can feel like lag or latency. If you play War vs. World, I'm going to say a thing that you've all experienced before, which is you push a button, and then you don't see your cast bar go off, right? And like maybe a couple seconds later, it finally executes. That's a different kind of performance problem, but it's still a performance problem. And one
I had that happen like nonstop after World v. World Reset the other day when I was playing right after Reset.
Monitoring and diagnostic technology to live, very silently. We didn't talk about it or announce it publicly, but it's actually giving us a lot of really great information in terms of ways that we can actually tackle optimization for the game on live. And so a lot of really cool stuff happening on that front right now.
Yeah, and I think that this goes back to a theme that we've already talked about today and is worth reinforcing of, one of the questions that we're seeing coming out of our Saturday Future the Franchise video is like, hey, is this real? Are they going to stick to this plan? Is this commitment to supporting all three games something that in the future they're going to keep doing?
This is so silly, but it's also so human. I just realized part of the reason Colin's more quiet than Josh. Colin's neck is longer, so he's farther away from the microphone. Josh is fine when he's facing forward, but Colin's distance from mic to mouth is like double.
At least, I'd love to, recently we had somebody retire from ArenaNet. It was pretty awesome. It's not a thing that you see happen in the game industry basically ever. I would love to be able to look around and say a bunch more people have retired from ArenaNet someday and are off living their best dreams of being retired and playing Guild Wars all day long while they're retired, and hanging out and watching the game continue to get updated and supported at that point as well. And this stuff is what you do to make that possible.
Well said.
Page 1 of questions.
There was one other note I had. This doesn't follow on what you were just saying just now at all. I should have mentioned it earlier, but I think one of the learnings that we took away from some of the recent fidelity upgrades, for example, is that where possible we need to make some of these things optional. And so with the shadow technology specifically, we've been going back and adding a lot more granularity in terms of controls that players have to make sure that, if for whatever reason the new
neck shaming? No, not neck shaming. Like it's a very human thing. People are different shapes and sizes, and right now we're seeing a side effect of that.
For that problem, obviously, we want to make sure
or hearing a side effect of that
from those changes. But if we do roll a change out and there's any chance that it's impacting players' experience, we want to make sure that players can opt out as much as possible and be able to continue playing.
And Colin is quite tall, just comparatively.
Yeah.
And that's causing a sound issue right now.
I will say our options menu is getting pretty lengthy, and maybe that's a candidate for us to take a look at some point.
He needs the best genus collar.
If you think that's one of the most important things to look at.
Duncan's been telling me.
Hold on.
Our UI UX guy. Yeah. All right. Want to move on?
Yeah.
So
chat.
Someone in chat said he needs
I think
this
really
collar
like
to put a mic on.
As
Chat.
we can, and hopefully you see this is when we make mistakes, we own it and talk about what have we learned and how do we move forward. And I think one of the questions that's come up a lot is we start talking about a new Borderlands for World versus World is what went wrong with Desert Borderlands, and how specifically are you going to make sure that you avoid repeating the mistakes that happened with that map as you're making a new Borderlands map for World versus World?
Yeah, this is a fun one to talk about. I think the hard part about World versus World developing for it is that you've got so many different types of players that engage in the game mode very differently, and it is near impossible to implement solutions or changes that I think appeal to everyone. So you've got your roamers and your players that do nothing but PBT. You've got your what's a good way of phrasing this? Players who like to play in large groups.
Blobs.
In uncoordinated large group fashion. You've got folks that like to be very coordinated in a large group. There's just so many different ways to play the game. Oh, you got roamers, right? You've got your scouts. There's all different types of gameplay. And so I think if I was to poll those groups, they'd all feel very differently about why Desert Borderlands wasn't that appealing for them. But what I would say, from my perspective, is it kind of came down to a couple of different things. One is it's too big. I think it really kind of goes into it's hard to find fights. It takes forever to respawn, and if you end up wiping for whatever reason, trying to get back to where the fight was takes forever. It feels like a big grind. Way too much verticality in the map, and I think we'll talk about that here more in a minute. Kind of the root cause behind all this, but just for a World vs. World map specifically, just way too much verticality makes it not very fun. Hard to navigate, obviously. And then I think a lot of the objectives that we had just kind of felt very weak compared to stuff that already existed in Alpine and EBG. But we were talking about this before the call, and you actually had a really good call out as to in terms of how we got there that I thought maybe you would expand on.
Yeah. I mean, I think where did we begin with Desert Borderlands? I think is a really good learning as we look back on even the ArenaNet process. We were making gliding for Heart of Thorns. And so we were so enamored with this idea of verticality in the maps in HOT and the free-form movement and trying to lean into some of the things we did with Joy of Movement that we started with a feature for that Desert Borderlands and said, let's make this about gliding and using movement and using all these new movement abilities. And I think anytime that you start with something like that and you start with a feature instead of starting with what's the intended player experience, you're probably in a lot of trouble. And I think that led to a lot of the problems that we ended up having with that map in the first place, is rather than starting with what's best for World versus World, we started with what's best for gliding. And I don't think that's ever what World versus World players wanted. And it's a really important lesson that we have to take as we look at the next one that we make is, hey, what's the experience we're trying to create? And as Josh said, it's hard because there's a lot of different experiences people want out of WoWA. But still starting with the player experience first and trying to align with that rather than starting with a feature is always just a better approach and not something we did with that map.
Colin just said WoWA. That's what we call it internally, or used to call it internally. And in fact, people who join the team now, they're like, what the heck are you guys saying? WoWA? So he means World versus World.
Yes, sorry.
He's just old school.
Been around too long.
Super short story for you guys. You guys ever read something and it's like you're learning that word or that acronym for the very first time? So in your head you say it one way, but you never actually say it out loud. And you keep reading and you keep reading and you keep repeating it in your head. And then the first time you use it in a conversation, everyone looks at you weird and you're like, oh no, right? Like there was a while I was studying to become a Cisco engineer, and they have a thing called Cisco Unified Call Manager, or CUCM is the abbreviation. And in my head, as I was reading all this documentation about it, I was calling it Kukum. C-U-C-M. Kukum. And one day, after like 3 books of reading about how, programming this stuff, I was talking to my dad, who works for Cisco, and I was like, yeah, I was having this problem with Kukum. And he's like, what? What'd you just say? And I was like, oh, Cisco Unified Call Manager. And he's like, don't ever say that again. Like as if I had just made like a racial remark. He's like, don't ever do that again. And I'm like, okay.
Deliver the map. I think this is one of those places where, we don't want to ship something that doesn't really solve the problem or make players happy effectively. And so, but I do anticipate that we'll probably run betas over the course of probably close to a year on live in various forms, right? Some of these will be really early on, and you'll kind of start to see the progress as we kind of go through. But I'm really excited about the opportunity there. And this is pretty atypical, I would say, for MMOs or really kind of any sort of live game, right? I think to bring players in this early. I know that PTRs exist, obviously, but the idea of like doing this in a live game, I think, is just what's really compelling. One of the risks of PTRs is that you get a really small slice of your audience that goes and plays it. Yep. Only the folks that are willing to go download an extra 100 gig client and play at very specific times. This really means that anyone could play and participate and provide feedback, which I think is really powerful. And we run our elite specs betas on live too, right? Like we've been doing that for every expansion, and the volume of feedback that we get because everyone can participate is it's huge, right? And if we were to do these on PTRs, I think we'd be only getting a very small number of players that are willing to go through all those hurdles and hoops. And I still think we'd be able to deliver.
I had them at like 200 earlier. We're up to 3 now.
Take this approach.
No, I think it's fantastic. And by the time we realized Desert Borderlands was a miss, it was basically done, and it was impossible for us to go back and without a massive investment to go back and redo it. And so it's really exciting to see this approach. And I think the things that we have done this way have been much better than those that we don't. Involve our community as much as we can.
Yeah, I mean, going back to where I started, like I think the big challenge here is we do have a lot of players that play the game very differently. Yep. And so trying to find a version of a new Borderlands map that will, I think, appease everybody is going to be a tough challenge. Obviously, we've got maps that do it pretty well already. And so I think as long as we, stick close to what we know already and, what players tend to enjoy, I think we'll probably end up in a good spot.
Yeah. It's tough. Like, in looking back, there's almost no update we've ever made to World versus World that universally everybody likes. It's very hard to do. There's always a subset of players that...
That's not just World v. World. You cannot please everybody all the time.
The way that they play it.
The best you can do is please most of the people most of the time.
And a tough thing as we go forward with that. But I think if we get enough excitement...
Gosh golly, World vs. World is really hard to develop for. At certain points, I think that we're even a little afraid of the audience, afraid of of breaking things, and I think we had some really hard conversations even just recently about like, look, we got to try stuff. I know it's really scary to do things, and there's going to be players that don't like the things that we're doing for a variety of reasons, but that doesn't mean that we can't do anything.
You look like you're getting a migraine.
I think just getting a lot more comfortable.
It's just disappointment.
Trying stuff and then being comfortable with turning things off. Or
every time I see Josh turn his head to the left, my eye starts twitching. Like I feel my blood pumping.
I think it's giving us a little bit more confidence in the past year or so.
And I think there's some great examples of that. I think like the stuff that the team has done with fashion templates is a great example of like, hey, we released it. Feedback wasn't what we wanted it to be, and we sat down and said, here's what we're going to do to address it. Here's a roadmap of how we're going to do that, and then we've systemically, point by point, gone through and updated. I think like that's us at our best. Obviously shipping something that a subset of people are upset about is not us at our best, but when we do, owning it, talking about it, laying out a roadmap and addressing it, and so hopefully, if we do miss on some things through this process, we'll do the same thing then too.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I'm going to ask the next one because
Yeah.
I think you can actually talk about some of the core game design stuff a little bit and maybe some technology stuff, and then we'll go from there.
That sounds good.
So how will you ensure that Guild Wars 2 maps, metas, and older content remain populated during this transition?
No, I guess the first one is it's part of our strategy, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, is we anticipate millions of players to come play Guild Wars 2, either coming back who haven't played in a long time, or players who play Guild Wars Reforged or play Guild Wars 3 and fall in love and want to go play Guild Wars 2. All of those things are a big part of our strategy, and we believe will play a role in helping make sure that the game is always populated. Hall of Monuments in the future serves a similar purpose as well, of having players come back so that it's always populated.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah,
here?
go ahead.
This is a good spot, actually. If you don't mind, just jump off and talk about some of the recent stuff in the announcement. If you don't mind.
No, please.
So you just talked about seeing a lot of players come back to the game.
Yep.
It'd be funny if the sound guy walked in and unclipped the mic here and moved it to his left collar and said, "Look into Colin's eyes. You are no longer allowed to look forward." How well do you think he'd obey?
Follow our financial reports very closely and are commenting always on how much money we're making and whatnot, and so you know that things are going pretty well for us right now. And we're seeing a 40% increase in our daily active users, which is pretty fantastic. Week over week, we saw like a 45% increase in concurrency in the live game, which is amazing and wild. I always had hopes that the announcement would be a positive overall impact to the game. Obviously, we assume things would be positive, but has absolutely exceeded my expectations on that front. I think the other big one too, two other stats I'd love to share. One is, and hopefully I don't have like a marketing team sniper. We're talking about this.
No one behind the camera is
that what he said? 45% increase in players?
Two other really cool stats. It was Saturday, I believe. We had our single best day for new player acquisitions. The highest number of new players joining the game for the very first time on Saturday since our initial launch on Steam back in 2022.
That's
which
incredible.
Is crazy.
Yeah.
And then the last really cool one. So we'd actually set a bit of a record with VOE in terms of the number of players coming back to Guild Wars 2 who hadn't played the game in a year or more. So players that had lapsed out of the game, that had moved on to taken a break for whatever reason. We set a record with VOE in terms of number of players coming back to the game, which is great. We absolutely crushed that on I think it was on Saturday, almost 2x the record that we had set with VOE. And again, these are players who haven't played the game over a year, coming back to Tyria, coming back to Guild Wars 2 for the first time in again over a year. Early signals are very strong. Love what we're seeing right now, and I think a lot of this just kind of really gives us a lot of confidence that the strategy we've got, and looking to give players a bit of a soft landing as we get into the Hall of Monuments phase, I think is feeling very validated right now.
That's fantastic, and I think that speaks to the answer to this question: is how are these areas going to be full of players? Well, right, this is what we're doing, and they are showing up, and tons of people are coming back. I think also, if you look at the technology that Guild Wars 2 is built on, a lot of it is set up to support a broad array of players. I think the mega server system in particular, if you look at traditional MMOs, when you create a new character, you then sign up for what world you're going to play on. And the world you play on determines the number of players that you can play with and see in the world. And eventually that server, that world, as populations decline, there's less and less people to play with, and they have to merge servers together or close servers so that population is constantly being managed. Guild Wars 2 doesn't work that way. We use a system under the hood
I experienced
called
that in
mega servers
EverQuest.
that basically creates as many or as few copies of a map as is needed based on the number of players who are currently online, which allows us to constantly make it feel like and have it be that the world is populated around you with tons of players. And so we're already set up for this. We anticipate this. We've built out a system under the hood that allows the game to be fluid in the number of players. It's why even when you play at like 3 in the morning, there's still a bunch of people running around everywhere. And so our back-end system is built so that we can operate this way, and it will help with that.
I still have some people in chat saying they can't hear him. I'll turn it up a little bit more, but I can hear at this point.
Yeah. I think there's still a lot we can do, though, in this time frame specifically to try to better address that problem. So I'm going to say a thing right now. This is just my gripe as game director / player, and I'm not saying that we're doing this right now or that we're fixing this, but I wouldn't be surprised in the future if we do. I think one thing about Guild Wars 2, it's a very expansive game, right? There's a lot of cool things you can do. It's not always obvious what you should be doing, especially as a new player, or even if you've been out of the game for any amount of time and you come back to it. It's almost overwhelming. Like, where the heck do I go? And we've added some things to try to improve this, right? With like Wizard's Vault, like, hey, here's a very clear objective of the thing that we recommend you go and do based on your kind of gameplay preferences. But there's still a lot of work that can be done. And I think probably even a bigger challenge is that a lot of the information that you need in order to play Guild Wars 2 is stuff that's not available in the game itself. This is probably a thing we'll never be able to fully fix, just given how robust Guild Wars 2 is, honestly. But like, I know a lot of our veteran players are very familiar with /wiki. And a lot of our veteran players are very familiar with /wiki event timers or ET, right? Like event timers or events just generally, world bosses, whatever. Like some of the most like staple content in Guild Wars 2. It's our bread and butter, and there's really no way to know that it's happening in game unless you just happen to know because you're a veteran, you've been around, or you go to the Wikipedia. And so I think finding ways to surface more of that information inside the game client is going to be one of the big opportunities ahead of us. Just making sure that players really understand all the options that are available to them at any moment in time, effectively.
Yeah, and I imagine, in the long-term roadmap, as time goes on further and further, some of the stuff that your team is going to do and adjust is going to be based on what's going on in the game. And so if there are more things we need to do someday, many years down the road, to help make it easier for players to play together or to account for the current population, those are the types of things that we would do, because the intent is to keep the game running for as long as we possibly can, basically as long as any of you want to play it. And
someone said now the problem is every time that I speak, it's
later,
like booming sound. What?
21 years
when
later,
I turn him
Guild
up,
Wars
that shouldn't be
1
making
is
me
still
louder.
running as Guild Wars Reforged, and same thing for Guild Wars 2. There'll have to be some updates at some point to adjust to whatever's going on in the game at that point. And hopefully there's just so many people playing it that the updates you need to be doing are dealing with the overwhelming population, and how do you handle all of those players?
Yep. I'm not saying that you should go on the forums and complain about event timers not being visible in the game, but if you do, I mean, that's okay. Just don't say that I said to go do that. Don't put my name in the post. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Move on?
I just noticed, chat, look, I could hit this button and make a door knock sound on their
Oh, by the
stream
way, Stefan,
and be
how
like,
are you
y'all
doing?
want to swim
A
together?
bit of a vortex over here.
Y'all want to collab?
It's been an hour. Well, we've got a couple more that came prepared for us. You just want to keep rolling? And
Sure.
We'll
Yeah,
end whenever?
let's roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for not keeping it to an hour.
Do it? No.
We'll
I'll
do our
get
best over here.
That'll burn a
This is the
bridge.
first- there's no
I'm too
clock.
scared.
Clock.
No, I have no.
We're winging it.
We're in a void. We're in the mists. We have no concept of time, place, anything.
Yep.
It's whispering to me like the Green Goblin mask, chat.
That's nice. Welcome to our fractal.
Colin is E. Okay. Okay. Is mobile a long-term focus or an experiment like prior Guild Wars 1 updates?
Yeah, this is a really good question. We've seen come up a lot in the last few days, and I think the most important message there is Guild Wars Reforged is the focus. And what we said on Saturday is that we are planning to support all of our games for years to come. And mobile is not a focus. Mobile is a platform that you can play Guild Wars Reforged on. And so, yes, absolutely, we're going to release Guild Wars Reforged on mobile devices. That is to get Guild Wars Reforged into more players' hands and to hopefully create millions and millions more Guild Wars fans around the world who want to play all of our Guild Wars games, including Guild Wars Reforged. And for all of us who love Guild Wars Reforged, another way that we can play that game when we're on the bus or when we're out and about, a different way that we can connect with Guild Wars.
I bring my whole computer with me on the bus.
Is mobile a continuing focus? I would say, sure, yeah, but the more important message is that Reforged is the focus, and that's where we're going. And I think, in the video on Saturday, Josh laid out a pretty specific roadmap for Guild Wars 2 of what we're focusing on and what we're doing. And Steven's roadmap is less specific for Guild Wars Reforged intentionally. Because we are focused right now on the next 2 beats, working with our co-dev partner 2 weeks. We're focused on releasing on mobile. And then we've announced that we're going to do a new type of update. And those are the next 2 big things on the calendar for Guild Wars Reforged. And then we're going to decide what happens after that. And I think that this has been a wild journey and experiment already. I think the Guild Wars Reforged anniversary resulted in a much bigger response than we ever expected, which allowed Guild Wars Reforged to happen in the first place. The release of Guild Wars Reforged has been a bigger event than we expected, which has allowed us to pursue doing it, taking the game to phone and extending other devices. And each thing that we're doing on Reforged continues to reinforce the investment and the continued response that we see from all of you and the new people going to play it. We don't know where that's going to go. And so we're really excited to see in the future. But certainly, yes, we're going to continue to support Guild Wars Reforged. And now, very soon, you'll also be able to play it on a phone. That is the very direct answer to that question. Cool.
I have nothing to add.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to ask you the next one.
Okay.
I think we waffled on who should answer this one, but I think that you could start.
Okay.
Will Guild Wars 2 ever come to console or mobile?
So, direct answer, no. We'll just get that out of the way first, and then lots of context why. So historically, I'll start with the backstory here. We have multiple times looked at taking Guild Wars 2 to console. All the way back when Guild Wars 2 was in early development, we actually did plan to release it on console, and the first few years of development of the engine and the game included a console team. And ultimately, we reached a point where the decision was clear that we couldn't pursue that, and it wasn't a path that was going to work. And I'll let you talk a little bit about kind of the specifics behind all that in a sec. But at that point, we decided all the way back, I think that was like in 2009, 2010, when effectively that initiative came to an end. And then again, right around 2014-ish, when the game was exploding and free-to-play was happening and Heart of Thorns and Guild Wars 2 in China, we asked again, could we go back and try to figure out how to get it to work on console? And again, we encountered a lot of the same answers and decided no. One last time, when you and I came back to the studio, we had those conversations with JT, who was the studio head at the time, and we came to the same conclusion of no, for all the same reasons, this isn't an option for us. And that's what Guild Wars 3 is about. Guild Wars 3 is a game that we're building from the ground up so that it can, from the tech side and from the gameplay experience side, work on console. And this goes to the thing that we said this last weekend. All of our Guild Wars games are very different. The gameplay experiences, the technology behind them, they're all very intentionally different so that they can be different games with different communities and some overlap between those communities. And so Guild Wars 3 will be the Guild Wars game that is made to be playable on console. Guild Wars Reforged is the Guild Wars game that is going to be playable on mobile devices, and Guild Wars 2 will not be coming to mobile or to console. Do you want to talk more about kind of
Guild Wars 2 PC
the
Master Race
behind all of them?
Yeah, so I mean, I can only speak to the, when I say most recent, it was still years ago that we had this conversation, right? But, we really dove into, like, what are all the changes required to the game, to make to the game in order to be able to go onto PS5 or Xbox or whatever. And, I think the reality is there's just too many compromises we'd have to make with the game, and it would feel like a very different game than the game that we have today in order to be able to do that. And I think it was very important to us that we'd want that game to integrate nicely into the game that we already have, right? So we wouldn't want to create a separate standalone experience that's only for console and then have one that's mostly for PC players. We want that to be cross-play and cohesive. And in order to be able to make that happen, there's just so many compromises that I think it stops feeling like Guild Wars 2 and it feels like a different game. And, this is in, this is like 2021, 2022, I think, when we were talking about this. Yep. At that point, the game's been out for 9-10 years, and, I think that would just be I don't think we couldn't do that. We couldn't go and change the game so much that it feels like a very different game from the one that players been playing for close to a decade at this point. So, love the idea of it. Always sounded really cool to me. But, I think that Colin's right that, in order to do a game really well on console, you've kind of got to build it from the start with that in mind.
Yeah. And with Guild Wars 3 already in development, it felt like that is our place to do that and to have that experience. And I think, if you... Certainly some of you will probably say, well, other games have, MMOs even years after launch have moved on to console. And each of them is their own unique experience, which with their own unique engine and tech stack. And for us, for our engine, for our tech stack, for our game and the gameplay experience, when you add up everything that's involved, it doesn't make sense for us. It has made sense for other games and other studios, and that's awesome. And we love to see more MMOs doing really well on as many devices as possible and as many consoles as possible. Honestly, a lot of the fire that forged Guild Wars 2 was lots of MMOs in development all at once, and awesome competition constantly pushing us to do better. And so we'd love to see as many MMOs on as many devices as we can, but that's just not something that you're going to see from Guild Wars 2. On Guild Wars 3 will be the console MMO game. Guild Wars Reforged will be the mobile MMO game at ArenaNet, and we don't plan to make any changes there for Guild Wars 2.
And also, I just think the idea of, players managing their inventory with a controller just feels like punishment. Honestly, can you imagine choosy boxes with a controller? I know there's just some Steam Deck players that are working through that, but I don't think we could subject players to that.
I want Guild Wars 3 to have the exact same inventory issues that Guild Wars 2 has, but
okay,
just
so
the PlayStation people can squirm.
You again, so I will read it for you.
All right.
Why does ArenaNet believe it is important to offer 3 different games across 3 different parts of the Tyrian timeline? And what does this look like in the future?
This is a stupid question. Skip it.
So why 3 different games across 3 different timelines? And in particular, I think why 3 different games is maybe the most important question. And first, to wax poetic for a minute, the way that we make games at ArenaNet is we start by looking at, during the era of time that we're making our game, what are the player problems, what are the limitations, what are the challenges with the MMO genre at the time, and how do we solve for those? And so back when we made Guild Wars 1 and released that in 2005, we were solving for the problems of what we saw as that era of
This
MMO
question's stupid.
experience.
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
We
I'll be right
tried
back.
to call it a cooperative RPG, CO-RPG, and not an MMO, but everyone ignored us and immediately informed us that we'd really shipped an MMO, and so we've just kind of abandoned trying to call it that, and we accepted that everyone says it was an MMO. It's a very unique kind of MMO, but an MMO nonetheless. And then Guild Wars 2 came out in a different era and tried to solve for the problems and challenges and limitations of MMOs in the timeline when it was in development and released in 2012. And now that we're making a new game, it is another era of MMOs. And I think, in particular, most MMO fans are still playing the same MMOs from 10 years ago. And there hasn't been very many new ones across that period of time. And many of those new MMOs have been more of kind of retreads of older ideas or older game systems. There hasn't been a ton of unique innovation. There's been some, which is awesome to see. We love people making MMOs. We cheer like crazy for all of them to be successful. But there hasn't been a lot in the last decade plus. And so it feels like the right time for us to make another Guild Wars game that solves for different problems. So I think that's the why are we making another one now, is because we feel like the industry, the genre, and ArenaNet is ready for it, and Guild Wars is ready for it. It's been 19 years since we announced a new game at ArenaNet. 19. Let that sink in for a minute. Like, that feels like a reasonable wait and a reasonable pause for us to announce a new one. So that's the why are we making another Guild Wars game, is because we feel like the genre and ArenaNet and Guild Wars are all ready for it. Why do we want to have 3 different MMOs we support at the same time? Is because we feel like they're all very different types of games, and as a result, they can be appealing to very different types of gamers. And we know at its core there will be some overlap, and our hope will be that there's a lot of overlap of people who just love Guild Wars and want to play all 3 games and continue to do so far into the future. That would be the perfect situation for ArenaNet. But we really want to provide 3 uniquely distinct MMO experiences in different types of games to attract different types of gamers, different types of MMO fans. For Guild Wars 2, one of the things we said is if you hate MMOs, you should go play this game too. And I think, a very similar concept applied to Guild Wars 1 in its timeline. It was a very different type of MMO. And Guild Wars 3 as well has a bunch of new and big ideas that we'll talk about far into the future that are also
still in the
things
same
that we
question?
hope
It sounds like it.
both are really exciting to people who love the MMO genre, but also bring an entirely new fan base into the MMO genre for Guild Wars 3 as well, and allows it to stand on its own. And I think there's something really exciting, compelling about 3 different MMOs all in the Guild Wars franchise running at the same time, in the same way that so many other game franchises have games in different genres.
Imagine if when Warcraft 3 came out, someone was like, Blizzard, where do you get off making a 3rd game in the same world at a different point in time? Who do you think you are?
Another potential Classic Plus coming. Those are 3 different MMOs running
It's a stupid
simultaneously
question.
in the same game. They aren't even that different, and it's successful for Blizzard. I think if you look at EverQuest, you got EverQuest 1 and EverQuest 2, and EverQuest 1 is on
mentioned.
like expansion 27 or something now.
32.
Which is incredible, and it's awesome to see. And I think Final Fantasy is another great example of how many Final Fantasies have there been, and even different versions of.
And not a
7
single
now.
one of those fantasies
and
is
they've
the
got
final
multiple
one.
MMOs in the Final Fantasy.
pisses
space
me
that are
off
successful.
that
There's
they're
a
all
lot of
named
examples
wrong.
across the industry of this approach being successful in the same way it's been successful for us, for Guild Wars 1 and for Guild Wars 2. And so we see an opportunity here to carve out another type of Guild Wars within the MMO space for players to play. And I think our strategy of connecting those experiences together is part of what makes ArenaNet and Guild Wars unique. The Hall of Monuments concept, where you get rewards in Guild Wars 2 for playing Guild Wars 1, was originally concepted as a way for us to say thank you to all of our Guild Wars fans who played Guild Wars 1, and to keep our studio pillar alive of we respect your time, we respect your investment, and we wanted to feel like all of that time and investment you made in Guild Wars 1, we were going to respect it when we released Guild Wars 2. But it did something magical that we never really expected, which is over years and years that followed, it continually drove Guild Wars 2 players back to play Guild Wars 1, now called Guild Wars Reforged, to get all of those rewards. And it created this franchise ecosystem where the two games could live alongside one another. And now in retrospect, I wish that we had much earlier invested a lot more into Guild Wars Reforged to try to nurture that ecosystem and allow both of those games to run. And it's part of what we're doing, why we're doing today. And it's the same reason we're doing now a much more expansive Hall of Monuments 2.0 and connecting Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 3 together is first and foremost, it's a way for us to say thank you, to continue our pillar of your time is respected, your investment is respected in the Guild Wars franchise. And so all that time you put into Guild Wars 2, not only are we going to keep supporting Guild Wars 2 because we want to respect your time, but if you love Guild Wars 3, there's a bunch of thank yous waiting for you in that game as well. But also it creates an ecosystem where everyone who plays Guild Wars 3 for the first time, it's an opportunity for them to go back into Guild Wars 2, play the game, and get all of those rewards. And that is a very uniquely ArenaNet experience of having a Hall of Monuments that lives at the center. In a sense, almost kind of, it's like a Manifesto 2.0, but not for a game, but for our studio.
I don't care about Hall of Monuments. A lot of people care about Hall of Monuments.
Our games are
but
together,
the information he's
your
giving us right
investment
now,
and
we've already
rewards are
gotten
connected
before.
together and respected.
That's why I
that
look bored
you feel
right now.
like you can
A
play
ton
any
of
our
people do
Guild
care
Wars
about the Hall of
games
Monuments.
and have that connection to the franchise that pays off for you in the long run, and that you can have very different experiences in them. And this is, the last thing I'll say on this. Sorry,
Chip
this is
says
real
great.
passion. This is one of my core passions for ArenaNet, and we've been talking about internally for years now about where we want to go. And so it's so cool to be able to tell people finally externally that this is what we want to do. I think there's a version of this that someday after Guild Wars 3 releases, where there's always that lull in the games you play of like, between updates, you ship an update and then you wait a while until the next one's going to ship, and there's kind of a time fall off in between where things are at their least exciting until you announce the next update. I think there's a version of this that can be really compelling for us, where when one game is in its lull moment, we're announcing and releasing the newest update in another game. And so our games can kind of leapfrog off of one another. And if you are just a Guild Wars fan, you're in heaven. There's stuff going on all the time for you across all of our games. And if you just love one of our games, that's okay too. And we're going to keep updating it, but that we're able to stagger and have our ecosystems of games support one another and have their updates offset from one another. I think there's something really compelling there. And we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. I think, obviously we have to do the really hard things of like shipping a new game and making sure that it's a game that people actually like, and continuing to support GW2 and everything that we want to do with Reforged. That is incredibly, like, these are all easy things to say. They're very hard things for us to do. We have to go do all of those things first. But if it works, there's a version of this in the future that I think is really cool to dream about, of someday we could be at that point where that's what the Guild Wars franchise is. And then who knows where we go from there.
I mean, I don't think we're dreaming. I think we're actively taking steps towards achieving that. So
this last weekend was a huge first step towards that, and the work we've done the last 3 years has been setting the table for that. Right?
Absolutely.
I don't know. Anything else there that you want to?
Oh, you crushed it. It was great. You should be the studio head or something. I don't know. I think you got the right stuff for the job, kid.
Thanks, man.
No, I guess maybe this is going to be probably an obvious thing to say out loud, but we talk a lot about these games being very different, and like I know that folks will find out much more about that in the coming months and years or whatever the timeline is. But I think an important thing to understand too is that these games are on different timelines in Interior, right? And so like there's going to be stories or opportunities for stories to tell in Guild Wars 2 that are not a possibility in 3, and the same thing is true for Reforged as well, right? I hate to break it to folks, and maybe I'm breaking some news here, but Timey's probably not going to be in Guild Wars 3. So, I hate to break that to folks. I don't know if there's some hope for that one. Yeah. But there's a whole cast of characters that folks have come to love, and what Tyria looks like in the current timeline of Guild Wars 2 is very different from what it's going to look like in Guild Wars 3. And so we know a lot of folks have a lot of attachment to those characters. We want to continue finding new stories to tell. Maybe go back and close some open story threads that still exist in the game. But there's so much left to explore left in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, I'm
There's
just very
there's so many compelling characters and storylines and threads that we've left open in Guild Wars 2 to explore for decades to come. I think I saw. This wasn't in our things we were going to talk about either, but
going off script?
off script. Here we go. We've only done it about 100 times so far already. Why not one more? I saw a lot of comments as people talked about the different timelines of, one of the things that makes Guild Wars 2 unique is the technology, and it's, it is a little Magitech and a little bit of sci-fi has blended itself in. And as that timeline continues to move forward, we're going to continue to see the advances of in the world of Tyria. And one of the reasons we picked the timeline we did for Guild Wars 3 is very intentionally, it's a very different experience. You're talking about a timeline of high fantasy where there is almost no technology compared to even what GW1 had. And the technological advances from Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2 are massive when you compare them to the amount of technological advances that happened in the timeline from Guild Wars 3 to Guild Wars 1. The technological advances in that period of time are much smaller across that period of time. And I think it allows us to have Guild Wars 2 is a game that has a really, especially now, some of the stuff the Asura and the Char have created, there's some really cool, unique feels to that game and that world that won't exist in Guild Wars 3 that will feel different, that will feel more grounded, high fantasy experience.
Y'all remember that day when the Char accidentally made a second Black Citadel?
And I think that even though each of those games will have their own storylines, their own characters, their own settings that we're going to continue to expand constantly across all three of the games, there also is places where they will connect together and have stories that crisscross across those storylines. Guild Wars 1, in many ways, set up so many of the stories that you experience in Guild Wars 2. And some of the things you're going to experience in Guild Wars 3 are things that have been set up in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 over the last 21 plus years of the franchise. And who knows in the future how some of those stories, there may be things that happen in the different games that have connections to stories that have happened in the other games in ways that we think are really cool and have been really fun to watch people speculate all weekend long. The lore videos and even the timeline and me misspeaking on the timeline in an interview the other day. Whoops. All of that stuff has created a huge amount of speculation and discussion. And that's the point. That's part of the joy of this, is allowing these mysteries. I think that's one of the great things about the Guild Wars franchise, is we leave enough mysteries and question marks and stories for people to explore and theorize and make fan videos on and debate. And we don't want to stop that. We want to keep having more of those while answering some of those questions that then open new ones. And you're going to see a lot of that both in the coming years and far into the future as well. It's fun to think about everything ahead of us. All right, we're done with that question. Well, speaking of the future, I think our last question. This is a good one for you, Josh. What does Guild Wars 2 look like 5 to 10 years from now?
Oh.
Yeah, this is a great question. I
was like, what does it look like? I was like, what, did Toph Beifong submit this?
Exactly. So I'm going to paraphrase here a little bit, but I think we feel a lot of responsibility in ensuring that Guild Wars 2 remains a place that people feel comfortable calling their home. A place that they feel comfortable returning to and spending all of their time or as little time as they want to in the game. And so like that ultimately is our goal. But like how do you do that, right? Like how do you make sure that people feel like their time's being valued, that they're getting enough from the experience? Well, we got to keep delivering, obviously, right? And so a couple years from now, we'll be multiple additional expansions will have launched by then. Hopefully, we've made some pretty good headway on our modernization.
Just to be clear, you said a couple of years from now, multiple expansions would have shipped.
Oh, sorry, 5 to 10 years from now, we'll have many.
Just to make sure everybody is clear, that's not happening in the next 2 years.
Oh my gosh. Did I start over?
No, you're good. In the next 5 to 10 years, there'll be more expansions.
Point is, looking out 5 to 10 years from now, we'll have multiple expansions out. I think hopefully a lot of the modernization efforts. I gotta find a better word than modernization. That's a really hard one to say. A lot.
It does sound really close to monetization also, which is not the message.
That is not it.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll workshop that one. We don't really have a good term for it.
The Reforged. Well, that's taken.
Oh yeah. I don't know. We'll come up. We'll get the marketing team on it to help us out. But yeah, anyways, like I'm hoping that we see a lot of great improvements in the modernization work that we're going to be doing, which I'm again personally very excited about. Hopefully, a lot of the work that we're doing under the hood will be in terms of like fidelity and optimization and whatnot will be very visible and present in the new content we're developing. But like I said, there's just so many places to explore still that we want to go to interior. So many different storylines and stories to be told. Some new ones that we will manufacture, but I think also closing the loop on a lot of open threads that have been in the game for many years now. So I think in a lot of ways, hopefully it feels very similar to it does right now, right? Like we're kind of already doing the thing that we want to be doing. We're just taking a bit of a break to move and focus on a different thing for right now. But we're gonna get back at it here very shortly. Actually, expansions take a while to develop, so we'll actually be starting development on it next year. But you won't hear about it until after the release of Guild Wars 3. But again, hopefully it feels very similar to what it does right now.
And I think that's what people want. That's perfect. More of what they love, which is what you love about Guild Wars 2. We want to just keep giving you more of that.
Cool. Well, I think that hits everything. The fun thing about this is we can't see chat. I have no idea how this is going.
Yeah, we
know you can't see chat. We yelled at you for 5 minutes. We couldn't hear you.
Technical issues aside, I think it's been going okay. But obviously, we'd love to hear more feedback on what you folks are thinking about. This isn't going to be the last time we're communicating about any of this. This is in some ways the very start of a long campaign, especially for Guild Wars 3.
Absolutely.
And so, as you folks have thoughts and feedback, one, if it's about the game itself, there's a new forum that we've launched. You should go drop your comments there and complain about Event Timer specifically. But if you've got other thoughts and feedback, obviously we're going to be watching forums and Discord, and I'm sure we'll get a recap on how chat's been going. Very excited, looking forward to that.
We got our official Discord now. Great place to go to discuss all of this and theory craft together.
They're going to be real sad after this chat. They're going to read the chat they missed.
We have our new forum threads where you can call out specifically what do you want to see improved in GW2. And Josh said it earlier. Please don't write Josh said we should do this, or else we will ignore the thing you said.
Most important thing in this whole live stream.
But you can go in there and anything that you're excited about, anything that you want to see changed in the existing game and any of the expansions, please put those in there. We really, really appreciate it. And I think you said it earlier. There were literally thousands of questions across this weekend. And so if we didn't cover one of the ones that you thought was most important, we did our best to pick out the ones that we thought were most impactful that we could talk about right now. I think also we didn't want to pick ones that we would just basically say we can't say anything about that right now. And so know that, as Josh said, we'll keep updating and talking more in the future. You're going to be hearing from a lot more from ArenaNet in the future as we talk about 3 games now. We've got a lot of big stuff coming here even very soon.
Actually, this just dawned on me. I do want to add that, I know it's been a little uncomfortably silent from the Guild Wars 2 team in recent months. And
it was uncomfortably silent for the first 5 minutes of the stream.
It was hard to talk about our future within the context of what Guild Wars 3 is. And so, obviously, it's not how we want to operate, and it's not how we've been operating in recent years back to. It was just a bit of a weird period to be in with the announcement looming there. And so, hopefully that explains why things were kind of going the way they were. But now that that's out in the open, I think it allows us to be a bit more free, and hopefully as evidenced by today's live stream.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. So, I think it's part of why we announced Guild Wars 3 now too, is so that we could make sure before the final update for this Guild Wars 2 expansion completes, that we could tell all of you where we're going and what's going on. I think that was really important to us, is to maintain that transparency and that long-term vision for everybody of where's the franchise going, where is the game going, and we didn't want you to get to the last update for VOE and look around and go, well, now what's coming next? We wanted to answer that question before we got there, and so yeah, you know where we're headed, and now we can talk more about GW2 as well. Though we've got a huge update coming for Guild Wars Reforged, coming out on mobile devices this summer. We've got our next major QR coming.
Biggest QR. Actually, I know QA is sweating.
Nice.
It'll be our biggest QR so far, so we're very excited about that one.
By the end of the year, we've got our new Hall of Monuments 2.0 will have its first release. Very exciting there. And then we've got tons more news for Guild Wars 3 that you'll hear as time goes on too. So there's a heck of a lot going on with the Guild Wars franchise right now. It is a really, really exciting time, I hope, for all of you as it is for us. And Josh said it earlier, and I think it bears repeating. we all have the same goals. We want to see the franchise and the games that you love really healthy with lots of people playing them, and they're continually being updated. And we know that's what all of you want out of the games. That's the same thing that we want to have happen with all of our games. And hopefully that this plan and the path that we're on ensures that that happens. Certainly 4 days in, the results are pretty spectacular, but we know that we got a long ways to go and a lot of beats ahead of us. But we really appreciate everyone's support. All of the positive reactions and also constructive feedback that we've had too. Both are
absolutely.
very much appreciated. And it'd be really fun if 15 years from now we're back here having conversations about where the franchise is as a result of everything that we talked about today.
And we said jokingly Guild Wars 4 and Roller Beetle Racing earlier. That was a joke.
Yes, please
To be clear.
don't quote us on that.
It's a little
That's
premature
right.
for that one.
Yep.
Cool. Well, thanks everybody. Really appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out and kind of weathering some of the stumbles with us. But hopefully this was valuable. I guess we'll find out very shortly if it was.
Yeah. If we're never allowed back on a live stream again, you'll know it didn't work. So, thank you.
Yep. All right. Thanks all.
See you hard.
Okay. What? Knock? No, I'll get in trouble. They'll take away my powers. All right. Let's see. Get rid of that. Okay. Yo, I've had interactions with Josh and Davis, and I love them to bits, chat. They're wonderful. It is not their fault that that was so clunky. What I would say is, like, there's so many ways that that could have been avoided. And it bugs me because this keeps happening, right? Like, they could have done a test stream to a test account, you know? Because they didn't take questions from the live audience, they could have just pre-recorded the thing, right? Like, there was no reason to do this live. They could have recorded it, then they could have had one of their people, like, watch the recording and make sure it's good, and then release it. Like, they did not need to do this live because they did not take anything from the live audience. So I think it's just unfortunate that that was so clunky because it could have been so easily avoided. All right. Give me just a second here. We are going to go into, let me see, can I video? Oh, Malcolmist was on there. Let's see, can I just do this in video form? Okay. All right, so I'm going to have that just play like behind me just to have the... I'm gonna have to get a cough drop, sorry. I was trying to avoid another one of these before the end. Live feels nice though. I mean, with all the problems they had. Anyway, like I said, it's not Colin or Josh's fault. That was a sound issue that could have been avoided, and sadly the sound guys let them down, whoever that is. Hide the chat for the recording. No, oh, yeah, hide that chat. I thought you meant you guys. I would never hide you guys. What do you mean? Okay. All right. So we are going to go into YouTube mode, and I will do my best to recap the parts that I think were worth hearing. This should not take long. This should not take long. Okay. Here we go. All right, hello Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1 and soon to be Guild Wars 3 gamers. Mukluk here. We have got a little bit of news related to the future of the Guild Wars franchise. I've got a cough drop in my mouth because my throat is messed up, so if you see that, it's not candy. They did a live stream on Twitch, and it'll probably be in the YouTube VOD later, where Colin Johansson and Josh Davis, which you can see their titles on the screen, studio head and also game director, and they were answering a whole bunch of pre-selected questions from, I believe, the forums. They did not take any questions from the live chat. They also had a lot of technical difficulties. You could see right here, they're trying to fix the microphone. They were going from cannot be heard to deafeningly loud and peaking all over the place. I actually had to download a Chrome extension to be able to turn the volume up to 350% to be able to hear them and get through the end of it. It was pretty rough. It's not Colin or Josh's fault. It's whoever the sound guy's fault is. However, we're not here to focus on that. I'm just letting you know why I did not do a video. It's just me reacting to it. It's because it was kind of a train wreck. But I do have notes. Yay, notes. All right, so what did I think was worth writing down from watching this whole thing? So first off, this is kind of already known, but the Guild Wars 3 beta starts late next year. They've already mentioned that, so we're mentioning that again. Moving on. They have clarified they intend to return to annual expansions for Guild Wars 2 after Guild Wars 3. Recently, in I believe a forum post or a Reddit post, they said annual updates or annual releases, something like that. And a lot of people are like, he didn't say expansions. We're going back to Living World. They're giving up on the game. The game's dead. Blah! You know, and they were like, no, we just misspoke. Reddit, calm down. We intend to return to annual expansions for Guild Wars 2 after the release of Guild Wars 3. So, that is a thing. Someone asked me to move this a little bit. All right, next up. Guild Wars Reforged, for now, will not be in the Hall of Monuments connecting to Guild Wars 3. So Guild Wars 1 gives rewards in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, and Guild Wars 2 will give rewards in Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 3. That is the plan for the Hall of Monuments. There is currently not a plan to connect Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 3. However, they are reviewing the possibility of Guam carrying over to Guild Wars 3. Guam is a very hard to earn title in Guild Wars 1 that is called God Walking Amongst Mere Mortals. And if you earn it in Guild Wars 1, you also get it in Guild Wars 2. And they know a lot of people treasure the time they spent on that, and they are considering adding it to Guild Wars 3. There is a new type of content coming to Guild Wars Reforged. No details yet. I think they might have slipped when they said that, but they did not elaborate on that. I do not know what it is. They talked about, someone said, with the Desert Borderlands being not greatly received, what do you guys plan to do to avoid that with the new World v. World Borderlands that you have coming out? And they said, with the Desert Borderlands, gliding had just come out. And they wanted to incorporate gliding in the Desert Borderlands, so they gave it a lot of verticality. And what they said they should have done was considered what would make the best experience for World v. Worlders, and not focused on what's the best experience for a glider. So, Desert Borderlands, it ended up being far too big. It was far too long to respawn and get back to fights, lots of running, tougher to find fights because everyone was so spread out because it's larger, it was too vertical. They were focused on letting players glide and built around that feature instead of what was good for World v. World players. So, they said that they feel like they've learned a lot since they released the Desert Borderlands compared to the original World v. World maps, and they will do better on the next one. Okay. How to ensure that Guild Wars 2 metas remain populated after Guild Wars 3. So, obviously, if you're on a map to do a map meta, if the game has a low enough player count, then there's not enough people to do the meta, and you can't get it done. So, they said they anticipate millions of players are going to visit Guild Wars 2 going forward, partly because of the Hall of Monuments. And then they went on to talk about something that we've heard before, but is no less impressive. When Hall of Monuments 1.0 came out, that was a way to make Guild Wars 1 players try Guild Wars 2 so they wouldn't feel like their time was wasted because they played the first game before the second game. However, it had an unexpected side effect that even 10 years later, there are Guild Wars 2 players going back and playing Guild Wars 1 to earn the stuff from the Hall of Monuments. So it has made a symbiotic relationship between the two games. So, because of the Hall of Monuments, they anticipate that Guild Wars 2 will still get growth even after Guild Wars 3 comes out. And then they went on and gave some very juicy stats. Just since Guild Wars 3 was announced, Guild Wars 2 has had a 45% increase in players in the last week. I'm pretty sure that's what he said because his mic kept cutting out. Saturday had the largest amount of new players of any day since the Steam launch. They set a record back in Visions of Eternity for the number of players coming back after over a year away. On Saturday, they crushed that record by more than double. So just announcing Guild Wars 3 has made Guild Wars 2 get a massive growth spurt, which is amazing. So, I thought it was returning players. Yeah, so this one was VOE was players coming back after over a year away. Those are returning players. Yeah, that part is returning. I tried to write it down word for word. I think I did. So that is awesome. And honestly, like I don't think metas being dead is a concern unless it's a meta the community has just decided they're not interested in. Like Serpent's Ire. Like there are some metas that they like. There's so many metas in the game, right? There's like 100 of them. So the ones that are the least rewards, the community has just decided like, look, that one's trash. And it happens at the same time as that one, and it pays better. I'm doing that one. So there's some that the community has just decided they don't do. So beyond those, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Someone asked, is mobile a long-term focus or an experiment? And the answer was Guild Wars Reforged is the focus. Mobile is not a focus. It is simply another platform that they can release Reforged on. Then someone asked, is Guild Wars 2 ever going to be on console or mobile? No. They said over the lifetime of Guild Wars 2, 3 separate times, they have looked at the possibility of releasing it on consoles, the ones that were big at those times. And every time it came back to the answer, no. It's not feasible because of the way Guild Wars 2 was built. However, Guild Wars 3 is being built. So Guild Wars 3 is being built from the ground up with including consoles in mind. So they plan to have Guild Wars 3 on PC and PS5 right at launch, and I don't know if they're going to do more later on. Then somebody said, what are you expecting to have for Guild Wars 2 in the next 5 to 10 years? I feel like this was kind of a weird question, but I wrote it down. Lots of modernization. Lots of optimizations, more places to explore, more storylines to story, more threads to close loops, and they are starting development on the next Guild Wars 2 thing next year, but we won't hear about it until after Guild Wars 3. And not during this interview, but in a post like in the last week, they mentioned that most yearly expansions take about 18 months to build. So that goes hand in hand with that. So if they, start making something next year, and then within 18 months of that, Guild Wars 3 is finished, and then they can release the new Guild Wars 2 thing after that. I would also say it would make total sense as a company if they don't do those close together. Like if they release Guild Wars 3, I'm just going to make up a date. If they release it on like a January 1st, it would make sense for them to wait until maybe like at least April, because you'll have some people that'll play both. Like Path of Exile, they'll release a new league for PoE 1, and they'll wait a couple months before they release a new league for PoE 2, and they stagger them. They go back and forth because some of their player base enjoys playing both of those. They don't want to compete with themselves any more than that. Then they said that there is a huge update for Guild Wars Reforged on mobile devices this summer. And they said by the end of this year, the new Hall of Monuments 2.0 will have its first release, which is supposed to, I believe, coincide with the core game, as well as have a whole bunch of bug fixes that have been on the back burner for way too long for the core game. And one example they gave in a previous broadcast was the Zaitan fight, which, Zaitan, I still say, is the coolest looking dragon. Amazing model. However, everyone remembers how silly the climax of that was. I think that's it. We watched this for an hour and a half, and that's what I wrote down. There was a few other things they talked about, but in my opinion, it was questions that people asked that were already answered by recent blogs and Reddit posts and things like that. So the other questions that were covered during that time were ones that we already answered in the last couple of news videos that I have put out. So I didn't write that stuff down because it would just be repeating the same stuff. So that is what we've got for today's Guild Wars franchise update live stream. If you got any questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, put it in the comment section down below. This was the stuff that I felt like was worth putting on blast. So yeah, put it in the comment section. I'll fight you there. There we go, chat. There we go. All right. I don't know how long that file is. Probably less than 10 minutes. Okay. Buy YouTube. Buy YouTube indeed. Okay, and now I've got a new Chrome extension. I can make things loud. Yay. All right, put that back. Okay. No Engie in Guild Wars 3 for sure. Yes, Engineer, Revenant, Guardian, and Sylvari should not exist in Guild Wars 3 based on what we know, unless they retcon something. Or if, like the Sylvari, if they're like, oh, there was another pale tree. But I kind of doubt it because the whole Mordremoth thing. But yeah, that's one race and 3 classes from Guild Wars 2 that should not feasibly exist in Guild Wars 3 based on what we know. Will there be raids and extensions in Guild Wars 3? I would also like to know that. We don't know yet. Muck, will you please go get some rest now? I've got plenty of rest, but I'll be resting the pipes, yes. Yes. Okay. Win Potatoes has a decent argument of why Sylvari could exist in his recent video. I'll have to check it out. I have not seen his most recent video. All right, chat. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you guys had fun. Did some PvP, did some World v World. We watched some audio issues. It was glorious. As always, if you're new here, please hit the follow button. If you're here on Twitch, please subscribe. If you're watching the YouTube, there's links to both my YouTube channels in the chat. And a very special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive. I could not do this without their support. And if it was not for them, I would not be able to afford his food. That's the camera cable is at max length, so all you get is an orange butt right now. I didn't think I was just going to be showing you an orange butt. I thought it would go further than that. So there you go. It's an orange butt. So with that, let me find someone to raid so all the AFK people still get their drops. Give me just a second here. Let's see. Laura's live. That's easy. / raid Laura Nitty. Laura Nitty. Raiding Laura Nitty. All right, cool. I'll see you guys over there. You guys have a good one. I'm going to do a news video, and I will be back later this evening for Giveaway Guild Wars Tuesday if you wish to join me then. Yeah.